expenditure of your budgets. When was your last skills audit? And then, Mr. Acting Municipal Manager, when exactly were you appointed? What date? Because your contract is maximum of 3 months with a possibility of extension for 3 months. So I want to know, when is your contract ending? Because that will influence what's going to happen going forward. So has an advert gone out for the permanent appointment of an MM, and are we going to end up with the same scenario over again, where we have nobody in charge and no accounting officers? And then lastly, your conditional grants, just for interest sake, and this is more for noting, the conditional grants have become much more stricter. You have to spend 25% cumulative. Otherwise, there will be punitive measures. So it's not a question of per quarter. It's not a question of spending 100% over the entire time. You'll have to spend 50% by December, not 40%, because then it's the end of your second quarter. So if you're not doing that, you must change it. Otherwise, you will have punitive measures taken against you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Human Rights Commission investigation took place more or less the same time as when the audits that we're dealing with also took place. So the Human Rights Commission said within 3 months they require a council-approved plan to deal with the water supply, the sewage polluting the water, the improvement of revenue collection, and the filling of critical posts, which were identified as serious problems. So was this complied with within 3 months? Was it approved by council? And do they have plans to deal with these issues? And then, Chair, the second issue, they said MPAC, there's more than 400 million, I don't know if it's 406 or more than 400 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure was written off. And this was in the context of consequence management. So my question is, how is writing off fruitless and wasteful expenditure consequence management? Who is responsible for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure? What action is taken against those individuals who are responsible for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure to ensure that it doesn't happen again? So it's very easily, you incur it and then impact just writes it off. And then it can happen again and you just write it off again. And we're talking about large amounts, more than 400 million rand. This is a small municipality. What part of the budget is that we're talking about, and your grants that is written off by MPAC? So it appears that MPAC isn't effective if this is how they manage the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And again, the 161 findings, and only 5 are dealt with. Again, that just proves that there's no consequence management, that the municipality is not really interested in dealing with the issues that lead to these problems within their financial management. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I think some of my issues have already been covered by the honorable members. The vetting has already been covered, but I also want to ride on the clarity-seeking question from Honorable Jankelson on the issue of accountability. That is the accountability action that is being taken against the contractors that are underperforming. And has there been any disciplinary action that has been taken thus far against your service providers / your contractors, and also not living out your officials for non-performance? And then on the website, I hear that you already have developed a website and you are depositing information onto that website. But can you also then give us a timeline on when that website would then start to be operational? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I've got a question here. But before that question, I just want to remind Kopanong municipality that they are under oath. Chair, I just want to check, Chair, any reason for a late submission, because they were talking about 8, I think it's questions that you are supposed to submit. And out of that 8, you only managed to submit 6. So 2 of them, they are late already, as you were saying. That's why I reminded you that you are under oath, because you said you submitted 2 of them last night. So I just want to check any reason for that, for submitting that 8 in time. And the other thing, Chair, I just want to check with this one of Kopanong Municipality versus the company that was fired. The letter that you as the municipality, submit it to the provincial treasury. What was the letter contained? The content of that letter is firing the company, or is it just blacklisted the company? So those are 2 questions that I asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Acting MM and your team. Chair, I'm a little bit covered by previous honorable members, but let me put mine like this. Regarding the strengthening of the Municipal Public Account Committee, Audit Committee and Internal Audit Unit, have this enhancement led to concrete action and consequences for unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure? And how is the municipality ensuring that this committee operate independently and without political interference? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and let me welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chair, now that the municipality is under section 139, I hear that the conditional grants are spending, they are spending it accordingly, which is a right thing, Chair, rather than spend it on salaries. And now I can see the municipalities recovering. They are paying their salaries every month from now, and if the municipality can sustain that. Chair, I just want to check on third parties. There's any arrangement for third parties? Are you still owing the third parties? If yes, what is the arrangement for now? Because I know it's a long time now you owe the third parties, and that one is very dangerous, Chair. The other one is on litigations. How many litigations do you have? And what, maybe, how are you dealing with them? Those litigation. The last one is on INEP project. How far it is? Are you done? It is complete? Or what? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, unfortunately, Kopanong is one of those municipalities who also actually need a full week on to discuss. Chair, just firstly, in terms of the accounting problems, the acting MM has mentioned the cleansing of data. But I would just like to just understand, what does the cleansing of data mean in terms of the accounting problem in Kopanong? Because Kopanong is one of those municipalities, in terms of the Section 717 reports to Treasury of this year by 30 June, that couldn't really indicate what their collection rate is. It's Kopanong, Muakare, Letsemeng, it's mostly those Garib municipalities. But I would like to understand what is wrong in terms of the accounting department and what is being done to correct it. Because there was funding, and that's also a shame that Kochta isn't here today, because to my, if I can recall correctly, Kochta allocated 2 or 3 million to Kopanong for MSCOA, so that they better implement MSCOA in that municipality. So I would just like to understand that firstly. Then in terms of the monitoring of MIG, it seems that MIG projects in Kopanong in the past have been very problematic. And at some stage, we asked the question to the National Minister of Kochta on the 7 projects, MIG projects in Kopanong. And then the feedback was from the National Minister on challenges that there's a lack of capacity within the municipality, in the municipality to administer contract management. So it seems contract management for MIG has been a problem in Kopanong. And you can see it in all 7 MIG projects. Most of them, the first contractor abandoned the site. You know, and it's a recurring thing. But I would like to know, going forward with MIG, the capacity management within Kopanong, has that increased? Has there been appointments? Who's now administering contract management in terms of those projects? Chair, then in terms of the financial recovery plan, to my understanding, when Kopanong was placed under Section 139, 139(1)(b), I think, one of the deliverables by the EXCO in the province was that a financial recovery plan should have been drafted. Last time when National Parliament was here as well, it was an indication from the CFO that a financial recovery plan has not been drafted by National. But I've got various correspondence here where it says the EXCO rep for Kopanong applied to National Treasury to assist in a financial recovery plan. This is a municipality that's owing more than 1 billion rand. But then the feedback from National Treasury was that they've never received a letter asking them to assist with a financial recovery plan. But can we get an indication from Kopanong? Is there an internal financial recovery plan? Is there an external one? Are you going to ask for one? But their Kochta must also come in the province, must tell us, because this is a response I received from National Minister of Kochta saying there was to be a financial recovery plan. As a deliverable, it would have been drafted by National Treasury. But then the feedback is that National Treasury says they were never asked to submit such or to draw such a recovery plan. Then if we can get a clarity in terms of what has been reached, that payment arrangement between Falls Central Water and Kopanong. At some stage I understood that they were going to write off a large amount if Kopanong was going to stick to the payment plan. But precisely what is the payment plan? What are the amounts to be paid? Has Kopanong been keeping with that? And Chair, then just two issues, more practical issues in Kopanong. The one, the Tromsburg sewage leak, that massive sewage leak there when you enter that the MM has been speaking about. I've recently been there and there's a 5-6 meter deep hole there and they're standing open. And I've seen children passing there up and down, cattle, animals passing there up and down. It's twice this size. I think it's 4 or 5 meters deep. And it's not fenced, that place. It's highly problematic. It's very dangerous. Can we get an indication when that will be fenced off? It's a massive holes where that 9 million refurbishment was done. That has been dug up again. And then secondly, we're receiving a lot of complaints from Garib Dam specifically, and that was mentioned in the Human Rights Report, page 157 or 158, in terms of the water supply in Garib Dam, especially the high-lying areas. It was mentioned in that Human Rights Commission report. The complaints are some people are not receiving water at all. The municipality is not keeping to the schedule. Can we get a clear indication, perhaps in writing, black and white, what is the water shedding schedule in Garib Dam, and are the high-lying areas as well as the low-lying areas receiving water in terms of that schedule? And is there surety that all people are receiving water in Garib Dam, having basic access to water? I thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. I think I must start from appreciating the questions that my colleagues have posed, both technical in terms of the AG, as well as specific issues relating to the running of the municipality. They are indeed important. But the reason why Chair would not venture into that is because of the following. Over history, we came to, I don't want to say accept, because I think it would imply that we're accepting the situation as it is. We came to appreciate the deep challenges facing this municipality. Chair, at a particular point, Kopanong could not pay salaries. Province had to intervene. And I'm not talking a particular financial area. I'm relating to a recurrent over a number of financial years. At some point, they could not employ the senior managers. And that's why this is not the first municipal manager who is sent by the province. Now, my questions will be two interrelated. Number one, has there been any extraordinary interventions by anybody to your municipality since the discovery of the deep-seated problems confronting your municipality? National Treasury, Provincial Treasury, National Cocta, Provincial Cocta. As well, were you able to lobby other government institutions for the type of interventions that you think that will help you to turn around the situation? Otherwise, it would have been a reformist approach that scratches the surface but does not attend to the root cause. The leadership of this municipality, long before Mayor Tswelopele, they've been saying there's zero base revenue ability. Now, my second question, given this state of affairs, are you able to provide services to our people, and which are those? And which are those that you can't at all? And for the next foreseeable future, you are not going to be able to do that. In the political corridors, I met an information that your municipality is going to be reconfigured. I'm not sure how far is that, my chairperson. Where I'm seated, I do not think that it will help. Because the genesis of your problems, as far as I'm concerned, is that there is no economic activity. This municipality is located in a highly depressed socio-economic area. So what are those that you are able to do? And your understanding, Majoro, this intervention of reconfiguring, if it's going to happen, to what an extent do you think that it will indeed change your fortunes as a municipality, as the people of Kopanong? Lastly, Chair, we are told by our learned friend from the discipline of economics that you are seated on a very strategic asset called Kharib Dam. Anything that you are doing, whether with the province, whether with the national, is there any thinking that is existing or planned by the municipality to be able to look into that, probably as part of the recourses to succeed to turn the municipality around in relation to all areas without confining it to revenue collection, which must also include job creations. Anything, the plans, the thinking, the program that municipality is engaged into. I was inspired over the week. I saw Machabeng doing an investment conference. I also know of the fact that there has been a whole lot of serious investment from Water Board, Minister of Water Affairs, pumping and injecting very strategic resources in Machabeng. And I'm talking about Machabeng, I'm just remembering it. There are many other municipalities which are able to do that. Going out, Majuro, with your collective to go and lobby for these resources. Because what was seated with one colleague of mine, when we were supposed to see you last week, he said, I don't know, we're not going to take long. That's a grave municipality. Like a graveyard. There are no issues there, even if we can want to pigeonhole, and there cannot be much. Yes, we can ask you, we can take you head on in terms of financial prudence and this or that project cancelled, fine. Those equally must be interrogated. But the fundamental is that, is this municipality going to change for the better of the people of Kopanong? So those two questions, Chair, three interrelated. It will really give me an ease that we're not scratching, because you're going to come again next year and then we'll still ask about what the AG says. When the real causes is that municipalities are unable to operate. We don't want you to tell us that you have also joined to become a special municipality. Tell us about those potential avenues which may be existing, and how do you plan to exhaust them for the benefit of changing around, of turning the tide. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Once more. Honorable member, you are disturbing me. And I'm not even there. Okay. Chair, I'm interested in what has been put in place in ensuring that we do achieve clean audit. My assumption is that we have necessary skill that it takes. You have you do not hire a person who's not qualified. If you have CFO, you'd hire a person with necessary skills. You will not go for them for those positions of Section 56 and Section 57 managers. How assuring that this audit will indeed improve such that things are run properly in Kopanong? But two, I'm interested in this fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 400 million that has been written off. Are you saying in writing the whole fruitless and wasteful expenditure of that amount of money, are you saying all these things happen as a result of act of God? There's no individual who acted in a negligent way or deliberately misleading. If they are, why don't you recover public pairs in line with Section 32, subsection 2 of MFMA? Why money is not recovered? Chair, the other thing that I'm interested in, you
you have residents who owes you a lot of money, about 962 million, according to Treasury's report. And according to Treasury, they are saying this money is unrealistically collectible or realistically uncollectible, cannot be collected. What are you doing with such a huge debt in the middle of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities in Kopanong? Lastly, I want you to answer me frankly on this one. Let's say situation is normal in Kopanong. Will Kopanong be able to self-sustain? Is it a viable municipality according to your... I know in answering this one, you are likely to be subjective because you are drawing salaries from Kopanong. I want to know, and you must answer me objectively. Maybe I'm asking the same question that Honorable Meku is asking, but in a different way. I would want to hear from you as to whether is it possible to run this municipality? Or is this municipality such that even if you can get best of the best in terms of skills, is it one of those municipalities will continue to collapse moving forward? I just want your views around that, such that even the leadership of the province moving forward, as they continue to plan, they also take some of these things into cognizance. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I don't know how we are going to deal with this with what has just been reported by Treasury, that submission of audits, I mean of AFS for that financial year 23-24 were very late. Just after submission of that, the municipality then worked hard to prepare for the 24-25, which is under audit now. Dealing with audit action plan, obviously they were already late to deal with that in a year, and we don't have MPEC chairperson now because we'd want also to check in relation to the issues that have been raised on consequence management, whether what is the capacity of MPEC. Maybe the speaker would deal with that so that we understand the capacity of MPEC. But my worry mainly is that COGTA must be here, was supposed to be here. I don't think a whole lot of things can be responded to without COGTA. Firstly, those irregular salary hikes that took place some years ago, which COGTA has been requested to deal with for quite some time and have not dealt with. COGTA continuing to send interventions there, and in according to what they've been doing there, COGTA has been doing, what do they think is the progress? Because Ndate Mukumela is acting MM, he's not an administrator there. He's not accounting to EXCO. He's accounting to the mayor and the council. Now, critical issues that must be attended to from the report that people are raising is the capacity of the finance section of the municipality. And with the challenges that the municipality is having, prospects of having the CFO in the near future, seeing all the units capacitated to deal with challenges of finances, especially
implementation of a financial recovery plan. And those are the critical questions that I believe COGTA is the one that must be able to come and assist us to deal with that. And I would suggest to the committee that we flag that issue at the time we interact with COGTA. We must have these issues responded to, so that we don't have a situation where provincial government runs away from their responsibility. Because there's been interventions for many years from provincial government in the municipality, and there's never been any changes. Instead, the debt has been increasing and increasing. The issue of the challenges and problems of the municipality has been deepening. Before I can give over to the mayor, I want the comment of the chairperson of the audit committee. What is your observation in relation to the capacity of the institution currently? And what do you think are the prospects of recovery? And what are the critical areas that needs to be attended to urgently? At least now, we are seeing progress. If the municipality can be able to submit the AFS on time. Of course, we have not interrogated the quality of the AFS submitted, but for it to be submitted on time, it's a step forward in dealing with the financial management of the institution. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I think when it comes to capacity, I would really say that even with us, with the internal audit unit as well, there's no capacity. Even this morning or this afternoon, I was actually talking to the MM with regards to the internal audit section, because we are struggling with the internal audit section. We cannot have meetings because there's no capacity. There's also they were struggling with the tools of trade. So in most cases, we had to abandon the internal audit plan for the 2023-24 financial year. The only time the audit committee had to sit was to review the financial statements which were late, the previous financial statements, and the current financial statements. So, because we don't have reports, internal audit reports, as there were no work done by the internal audit per se, when it comes to capacity, the audit committee cannot really say the finance section is capacitated, because there's nothing that the audit committee did for the 2024 financial year, because the only thing that we did as the audit committee was to sit on the financial statements and also consider the Auditor General's reports. And now we only said for the review of the financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you. I would then, based on that request, that you, through the mayor and the MM, just to prepare a report, a formal report written down on those issues that you believe it's comes out of your observation and needs to be attended to, that you can just briefly write and give to MM and mayor, and then they refer the copy of that to the committee, so that we can be able to make follow-up on those critical areas. Over to you, Major.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I would humbly request that the CFO and the MM deal with the other questions, and then myself and the speaker will come after they've dealt with the other technical questions.
Chair, thanks very much. Chair, upon being seconded to
Sorry, I forgot to tell you the rules of the House. All the questions that were asked here were asked by me. So responses must be directed to me. So you don't say what Majiki has said, this and so. All the responses must be directed to me. Thank you, Eme.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, some of the questions the CFO would respond to. The issue of the contractors that were not able to complete their project. My observation is that I think there was a challenge in terms of doing due diligence and understanding whether those contractors have capacity. And I think it's a critical aspect that as a municipality we have taken note of that. That is why contractors that we have appointed, we do due diligence and we ensure that we vet them and that they don't have issues that are historical. Chairperson, in terms of the collection rate, I would request that Chair the committee note that we have still some systemic challenges because at one moment we will get a report is 25% and we are convinced that we picked up from 6% and we are standing now at 42% as a collection rate. That's why we are able to pay salaries, and by the end of October it will be 12 months paying salaries. Chairperson, on top of my head in terms of your litigations, indeed, our litigations are coming from our third parties. And it's really an issue that the municipality is basically struggling with. There's one litigation, Chair, that we think we did not handle it very well. In my own culture and language, we say "Khomo e gapa le namane." So I also own up to it. The litigation of an official who claimed a lot of money to the municipality, we intervened and I think that matter has settled now. And very soon we'll be issuing a counter litigation to recoup money from that individual. In terms of our indigent, we still have a challenge on the system. The 2,540 indigents are those that we are having on the system. However, there was a system error that deleted 3,513. So those are being now captured. And our target as per council resolution is to reach 9,000 in the area. Chair, a skills audit was done. The current management has also resolved that we must redo the skills audit because indeed we have challenges with regard to certain positions. My secondment was on the 1st of October 2024. A chairperson and the mayor will deal with the rest of the other matters of the adverts and the people that we were not able to to apply. The mayor will deal with that. And the conditional grant chairperson, according to our MIG principle and conditions, is that by December, indeed, we must spend 40%. We are on course. We missed the WASIC by about 7%. And our calculations is that is 177,000. So we'll be able to catch up of that on the project that we have of Betuli. Chairperson, the next questions is the issue of the human rights. I think the speaker will handle that one because it was a question which was raised in terms of whether council has approved. So the speaker it's here. And the other matter, Chairperson, is that maybe I was not clear in terms of the fruitless. We responded to what the credits that we received from Val Central. So those are interests that we have dealt with. Now, with Kopanong and the low collection rate, I don't think it would be something that you have to implement consequence management if Kopanong is collecting 42% and is collecting 6%, and the account that comes from Val Central is 3 million or 5 million. So it's not about an individual who's made a mistake. It's about not being able to respond to the account, Chairperson. And on the issue of Chairperson, the issue of the audit, I just wanted to make it clear. Maybe I did not explain it correct. When we receive requests for information, we are given 3 days to respond. The strategy of the municipality is that the first day you must submit 80%. Now, when we say we have submitted responses of 6 out of 8, it means the first day we submitted 6 requests for information for the current audit process, and this morning we submitted 2. So we still have tomorrow if we want to submit, but however, because the information is available, we are able to respond in time. So we were not late, Chairperson. Chairperson, the issue of the termination and the request in terms of the letter that will be sent into Treasury will clearly indicate the number of meetings we had, the contract amount, and how often we monitor the project, and also the failures of the contractor. So those will be detailed so that we have a reasonable case to make to Treasury to blacklist those people. However, at this point in time, we are giving them negative certificates. I think our negative certificate is around 1.6 million. Chairperson, I think the speaker is here to deal with the audit issue. Chair, we are using conditional grants for the purpose they are supposed to be used. For now, we are doing that because we are ring-fencing them, and salaries paid from what we are collecting. And we put aside salary amount when we get our equitable share. Chairperson, indeed, your third parties is a challenge, especially your SALA. We tried to have a payment plan of SALA, and we were not able to sustain it. I must concede to committee. However, with the Municipal Retirement Fund, we were able to push the backlog from 2016 to 2021. So we have a 3-year backlog. So I think with that particular SALA, Municipal Workers Retirement Fund, there is progress. However, we only pay them upon receiving the equitable share. Chairperson, we will be completing the INEP project in Forestmart. We are left with 116 connections. In Forestmart, we have dealt with the readers back, but we are also doing an investigation in this particular project. Cleaning of data, Chairperson, would basically mean that we might be sending an account on a person, but that particular person have sold the property to someone else. So we have not changed. There's one aspect. The other aspect, that cleansing of data would mean we have unallocated amounts that we need to deal with. And cleaning of data would also mean that indeed when we issue an account, we are able to account for that particular amount of money. And some of the information on the statement is information that is not necessary, and we have requested our community that they must send emails, and we are dealing with that. Chair, maybe at a lighter note, when people were not able to speak to ratepayers, we have set up meetings with ratepayers in Dam, set up meetings with ratepayers in Riedersburg and in Betuli. And the issue is very simple, Chairperson, is that we need to ensure that all people engage and participate in the municipality. So we are breaking the back of the kennel in Dam and Riedersburg, and very soon we will be in a position to ensure that the monies that are being kept would be paid to the municipality. Chairperson, we are not obliged by the current intervention of Section 1391B to develop a financial recovery plan. Financial recovery plan, the MFMA, Section 1, A and C, subsection 7 would enforce, because we are on a voluntary intervention and we are not on a mandatory intervention. However, we have submitted a request for an FRP, and already Provincial Treasury have informed us that our intervention is not mandatory but discretionary. Chairperson, the payment plans, the issue of the Dam, we are still struggling in terms of having a program that will ensure the people at a higher level are getting water. So it's a struggle, but we are having a plan to ensure that we interact with our stakeholders, that whenever we open our valves, because in the morning we must open the valves so that the schools must get water. So that program, we must stick to it and ensure that we deal with that. Chair, indeed, I appreciate the question raised on what is it that we are receiving as support from sector department, and I'll allow my principals to respond to that. Otherwise, it will be a career limiting for me to respond. Chair, on the last issue which was raised in terms of are we envisaging to have a clean audit? Not now, but with the efforts that are there is potential. And the next issue is we are sitting with a book that is having debtors of around 900 million. We submitted to council. That council must write off close to 432 million, but we must report to council how we have done it and how we have identified individuals that we are going to deal with that. Chair, the sustainability thereof, I think politicians, my bosses will respond to that. My personal view, with the little knowledge that I've acquired, being in the sector of local government since 1993, is that we must fix the funding model of our government. The money must be channeled to where it matters most. And where it matters most is municipalities. The rest of other issues which are raised about municipalities, that and that, corrupt, etc., for now, are not as fundamental as redirecting issues to the municipalities. What are we doing at this point in time in terms of service delivery? The mayor next week will be launching a cleaning campaign where this municipality have purchased a compactor truck cash, have purchased a TLB cash, and this municipality is in the process of purchasing similar in December. The idea is very simple. 9 towns, each of the towns, or 3 of the towns, each one, 3 of the towns must have its own TLB, its own compactor truck, and then we'll be able to deal with service delivery. Challenge our roads. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Mine are more systematic, and I think always, Chair, when I have to respond to this question by the honorable member, to say, is there any reasonable prospects of success to split or realign the municipality? The answer is definitely yes, Chair. And I'll say this, in 1994, I became a mayor, and when we amalgamated the municipalities, I was one of those who were against
When
the
you were 19 or 21, how old were you? 19 or 21?
21. Yeah, I still hold that record, Chair, even if it's not minuted. I'm still the youngest mayor in the country. Yeah, Chair, when the amalgamation was done in 2000, we were against the model that the government at the time decided. We had 2 options, the Canada or the Norway model. Now, if you look at Norway, Norway is as small as the Free State.
The corner there is disturbing the speaker.
We respect them, Chair. I'm saying, Chair, the system from the onset, the alignment of municipalities was done incorrectly, Chair. You cannot compare Canada, that is as big as the Free State, and try to implement that in South Africa, which has got 9 provinces, 9 times the size of Canada or Norway, whichever model that we end up using. So the reason why we substantiate, Chair, the determination of these municipalities, that currently Kopanong gets between 27 and 37 million rand equitable share per cycle. If you look at the current approach of another new municipality with 5 towns, 5 wards, we should be getting more or less the same 20 million. We are under 139, and I've said it in the last sitting. I have absolutely not seen any assistance. The terms of reference, Chair, of the 139, one of them is that the administrator who is appointed is supposed to ensure that there's a recovery plan. It's not us who drafted the terms of reference.
So you have an administrator?
We've never seen, we know we have, he's not there, then he's there, but Tate Chris is not an administrator.
Yes, he's an
We had Mr. Lobe, then he was replaced by Mr. Mupedi. Mr. Mupedi was replaced by we don't know who. So there is actually no, as far as my recollection serves me, there is no administrator currently there. If they are there, we
that's
don't.
why provincial government is not here.
Yes. So we are on our own, Chair, and the capacity constraints that are raised here are systematic in nature, Chair. But let me first deal with the issue of the demarcation. Chair, it's common cause that Section 3 of the Demarcation Act defines the board as a juristic person, meaning that they are independent. And if you read Section 24, it says before the board can redetermine any boundaries of a municipality, it must take into account a number of facts, Chair. And I would cite that one of that is that whether that municipality will be feasible or not. So we are of the opinion, because the second time now in Parliament that this question was raised, whether it is feasible to have this municipality or not. It is, because the province and national, in terms of Section 154, does not assist the municipality financially. They only assist us with human resource capital. We don't want people. We don't want people to come to Kopanong. We want financial injection. And I've raised my reservations of the section that was invoked of the Water Services Act, that it's not assisting because people still don't have, communities still don't have water in their respective towns. So I wanted to answer that yes, it is possible. And the reason why it will be possible for this municipality, the new municipality, to obtain a clean audit is because you will have far lesser towns to manage. You will have that additional income through the DORA allocation that will assist. You will now, instead of having 9 towns to service, you will only service 4 with an additional ward, which is the 5th ward. And on the other side of the existing Kopanong, this old Kopanong will also survive, Chair, because they can set off some of their assets and sell them to the new municipality, take that money and settle the debt, their third-party liabilities that they have in terms of pension funds, medical aids and stuff, because the new municipality will have no assets. The stadiums, the town halls, all the buildings that are there would then be set off by the old Kopanong and paid by the new municipality. And that money will then also assist to as a financial injection into the old Kopanong. And that new municipality has serious prospects of clean audit unless the negotiations between COCTA and us does not burden this municipality with old debt of the current municipality. Because if we are going to take the money, the debt that is owed by the current municipality, split it into half, you are duplicating the problem. You'd just be saying to the new municipality, you were born with teeth, therefore you should be able to.
Let's focus on the current burden, because it will not go away. What are your prospects on focusing on the obtaining situation?
Chair, like I said, the issue that, and I will somewhat respond to the issue of the capacity. Chair, Kopanong is not like any other ordinary municipality. There are systematic tendencies in that municipality.
And it's not a special one, because the special one is outside.
Yeah, no, we're not special, Chair. Yeah. This one is more systematic in terms of the institutional arrangements that are there. We investigated, Chair, and we could not find evidence enough to can agree whether there should, what kind of consequence management should be meted out. One, there is a high staff turnover in the finance department. Immediately when council starts to investigate, people would then take their packages and leave the municipality. So you can't trace the people who were responsible for that. Secondly, Chair, in Kopanong, the documentary evidence is always lost. And you can ask the Zondo Commission, they went there to investigate, they came back empty-handed, could not find evidence. And the auditors, in their management letter, they have cited this so many times to say there's no supporting documents. So writing off debt, council had actually no choice but to write off some of this debt, because some of them are like penalties. When you say to an official, why did you allow the SARS account to generate or to develop interest? He says, but there was no money in the account. So if the cash balance is 0, how do you still charge? We have, in our last council meeting, insisted with the that the municipal disciplinary board must begin to be functional. Because part of the systematic errors that I would continue to say is that if your systems, people win these cases at the CCMAs and wherever when they go, because the procedures that we normally follow to charge people, we don't follow the correct procedures. Financial misconduct are supposed to be done through the municipal disciplinary board. And that board, if it's not functional, chances are that people will win these cases. MPEC has been capacitated, Chair. We have requested that they also been given support staff, because what we've picked up is that they don't have support staff. And in our last council meeting in Philippolos, Chair, we raised it to say we are concerned that management, not Mr. Chris, it's an old system. They would normally bring your wasteful, fruitless, the irregular file, which is where the real potential of litigation is. That file normally is not investigated. And we've raised it with grave concern that we need to see progress on the irregular file, because there's no improvement on that. The total bill, the total UIF file is over R1 billion for Kopanong. And it affects our audit opinion, Chair. Because if you have, like the honorable member correctly said, if debt is irrecoverable, the MFMA makes provision, what do you then do when debt is irrecoverable? To keep it on your books, and you still know that you will not be able to recover it. It actually damages any potential of an improved audit opinion. So council had to reduce that by reducing the files that are outstanding on the municipality in terms of that, Chairperson. And then I think the mayor will respond to the one on the Human Rights Commission on the sewage spillage. I can confirm on record that that report, Honorable Jackson, was tabled through you, Chair, in council. I made sure that it got tabled. It was actually tabled twice because we tabled it the first time, and then the members of the Democratic Alliance felt that it was not an item. We made it as an annexure, so we took it back, and that report is supposed to then be submitted, Chair. That's.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think what we want to respond to is the question on whether the municipality is able to serve communities. And I think the existence of a municipality should be based on that particular aspect. There was a question, Chair, that relates to a water schedule to communities and whether such exists or not. I know, Chair, in all our towns, there are units of a municipality that deals with the water schedules as to how they are allocated to communities. And at times they are affected by the water levels that are not in our control, but in the control of Val Central, where Val Central will be saying they are shedding the water to 30%, and then those who are in the highline areas, they tend to struggle to get water. But then the municipality also takes responsibility in terms of alternatives. Now, I'm going to request, Chair, that we as the municipality provide the legislature with such schedules so that they are also communicated to communities when necessary. Because I did not hear the responding to it adequately, but I know where I come from. In Jagersfontein, we do have a schedule where we open water in accordance to the areas of Jagersfontein. And then there was also a question, Chair, that relates to whether the municipality is viable or not. I think, Chair, in the current arrangement, one cannot safely say that the municipality is viable. What would make the municipality viable, Chair, it's certain sections in the current white paper which is discussed in terms of how funding should be allocated to municipalities. And I must also indicate, Chairperson, that it is not only Kopanong that we need to look into. Perhaps maybe we'd need to have a full discussion in relation to the entire Harib. When you read through the editors that are written by different banks, you'd know that in the last 10 years, the banks are leaving Harib. All the banks will end up leaving Harib, mainly because of the majority of the population or the inhabitants who live there. They are only reliant on your SASSA grants. Each and every community or each and every households that you find in that region, the majority of the population are those who receive grants. From there, the rest do not have any income which is created by employment. And the second aspect, Chair, is that if you become a teacher and you get a job in one of the schools in that area called Harib, most of the teachers, they don't live there. They travel in and out. Meaning even when they spend, they do not spend in the supermarkets that you find there. They spend their resources.
Including municipal workers, senior municipal workers.
In fact, let me put it like this. Everyone who is employed in that particular municipality or the region itself, except me, now I live there in that area. So the difficulty of the viability of the municipality is also based on those who sell their labor and how they spend their income. And the demarcation issue on whether the municipality is going to be demarcated or not, it would not necessarily mean that they are going to demarcate it so that the municipality must be viable, because what they do is to demarcate the existing poverty, which is there, because it does not change the geographical location of the communities who live there. Now, the other issue that we want to respond to is whether the departments, whether national or province, are supportive of the municipality viability in terms of financial resources and so on. That do not exist, Chairperson, but not only for Kopanong. If you look at the Auditor General report for the entire municipalities, you won't find a section where national or either provincial department are assisting municipalities financially in relation to their development. Now, if you look at the model of periphery and center, it would also indicate that where there is capacity and such capacity is not shared to those who are incapable, there would be no development in such areas. And then the other section that we want to report to is that, yes, indeed, Chairperson, we do have an area called Kharib Dam, which is a place that is centered on a very strategic economic position. However, without a proper LED strategy, which has not yet been completed by both the province, Kharib District Municipality, as well as the local municipality called Kopanong, investors are willing to invest in that area, but they find it difficult if there is no existence of a strategy as to which direction do we want to develop the municipality to. And the last question that we want to respond to, Chairperson, is the issue that relates to Section 139. The municipality is under Section 139, but there is no administrator in the municipality, so we must not dilly-dally around this question. Yes, it is under Section 139, read with the Water Services Act, which is Section 63 of it, and there is no administrator for the past 10 months. There's not been an administrator in that municipality. There was a letter that brought an administrator to the municipality, but then that letter was then followed with a letter which took the same administrator to Mohokare to be an acting municipal manager in Mohokare. So as things are, we are on our own. And the municipality, yes, we are sustaining the payment of salaries, but what is more concerned, Chairperson, is that 99% of what we receive goes to salaries, and the poor residents who are there are unable to get the necessary services which must be aligned with the constitution of this country and their rights. We are trying for service delivery. If you go to our communities are very clean. But in relation to water issues, we are struggling. In relation to other areas of development, we are also struggling as a municipality. And if we are to go to clean audit, I would not say that we need to commit to a clean audit under this particular term, because we're dealing with a sick patient which has been sick for more than 10 years. So we're trying to revive the patient. And another concerning factor is the question of your third parties. We are struggling with the sustenance of a third parties, but as a municipality, there are written SLA agreements with these third parties as to how do we adhere to the payment agreements with them. I think that would be all, Chairperson, that I can respond to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, COGTA has just arrived, and all critical issues that relate to this municipality must be dealt with by COGTA. We have flagged issues that must go to COGTA, one of which would obviously be, why do you still need intervention in the municipality when in practice is not there? But this is one of the issues that we need to ask once we interact with COGTA, and also other supporting mechanisms that provincial government must provide to the municipality. Yeah, I'm worried about the provisions of the legislation in relation to the question that was asked about the tenure of the MM. That part of the issues that most of the time brings instability is unnecessary changes, especially at the time when you try to find the correct path and something comes in. Part of that something may be the changes of administrative leadership. But all these issues would obviously have to deal with them, raise them with provincial government. I am very much reluctant to allow my eyes to see you any further. I want you to leave. Before you leave,
No, thanks, Chair. Before they leave, Chair, there's a question that has not been responded to. The question on the website, which I have asked through the Chair of the committee, the AG points out to the municipality's website has been non-compliant with Section 57 of the MFMA since 2017 and was reported as being under maintenance during the audit and up until recently. Now, the AG then asks, what is the firm final date by which the website will be fully functional and operational? And it's a question that I asked. I hear what you presented to say that you are now currently uploading or depositing documents onto the website, and that in terms of the domain, it has been, we acknowledge that it has been registered in October the 16th, but the question still remains. Give us a timeline on when that would be operational. On the issue of consequence management, I'm really not hearing the leadership of the municipality speaking or showing any form of will in responding to issues of consequence management. And I'm raising this because the Auditor General is very emphatic when it comes to issues of consequence management. And I hear what you are saying, Speaker, but the consequence management doesn't necessarily have to be punitive. There's other forms of recourse, and you are not responding to that. So if you can respond to those two questions. Thanks, Chair.
you see now you are opening up for a lot, the hands are coming up now. And this is what I was wanted to avoid. Ndate Pretorius and Ndate Klute afterwards. I want you to be the last.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Chair, I think just in terms of the administrator that was appointed, there should be monthly reports that the administrator was to submit to COGTA in the province. So as a committee, we need to get copies of those reports in terms of the 139 administrator. And then secondly, my question regarding the excavations, the deep holes, the 5-meter deep holes in Tromsburg that are not, there's no danger tape around it, it's very dangerous. Are we going to wait until a minor child drowns there, or will Kopanong take action to at least enclose that area or put some form of danger tape there to ensure no lives are lost? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Can I just make sure, is this municipality under 1391? Okay. A question to COGTA, because the issue of the administrator is always an issue. So if I read 1391 correctly, I see no mention of an administrator there. Only at 1395B, it speaks about the dissolvement of a municipal council if it does not approve the legislative measures, and then appoint an administrator until a newly elected municipal council has been declared elected. That's where the administrator will come in. But it's not necessary for a 1391 to have a administrator appointed there. Am I correct?
Chair, can I respond?
You know, Cocta has just arrived and it wants to take over the meeting. Let's start Majoro and then the Cocta will be the last.
No, thanks very much, Chair. On the issue of the website, Honorable Chair, I don't want to be ambitious to say by the end of October. Allow me to be a little bit cautious and say by the end of November, it will be live, despite the fact that I'm convinced it is. On the issue of the big trenches in Transberg, I think we will follow up tomorrow. But sometimes they would put the red tape to say danger, and will ensure that that is being taken care of, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Chedi, I think I did respond to the what are the endeavors by the council. We said in the last meeting in Philippolis, honorable member, we have resolved that the municipal disciplinary board must begin to function because we believe that that's where the gap is. Officials are not being taken to task for issues that are not institutional, where you can clearly point out that there is the relation of duty. Because in some instances, suppliers would say you did not. Let's make an example with SARS. If SARS says we've not received a letter that notify us of late payment, SARS would add the penalties. So there is possibility of taking people to task. It cannot only be in instances that are retrospective when we refer to old cases. In the current system, that's why we are working on to say, but what do you then do when there is money in the bank, but SARS was not notified and eventually SARS takes money from the municipality? And what's the answer? The answer is that no, what somebody was supposed to have written the email, it was never written. But if the disciplinary board is functional, these cases would be referred to the disciplinary board so that the normal consequence management process should take place. But as a council, we are insisting that there should be consequence management. Hence, we raise this issue to say there is a high staff turnover there. People leave before they could be charged because they delay even the UIFs, which ones should come and be investigated. So it's like a system, it's a well-organized, I don't want to call it a syndicate because I'm on record, but there is a well-organized system in Kopanong at play. Thank you, Chair.
Cocta.
Good afternoon, Chair, and good afternoon to committee members and to councillors. Sincere apologies for joining the meeting late. We had some commitment in the department. Chair, in terms of the type of intervention in Kopanong Municipality, initially, Chair, the support was through Section 154 of the Constitution, the one that says municipalities, the province and national would use mechanisms and means at their disposal to assist municipalities. So, and that was pursuant to the request by the municipality to say they do not have Section 56 officials, and the initial coming into contact with Kopanong was based on Section 154 of the Constitution. Along the line, Chair, in recognition of the challenge of the municipality, particularly the water challenge from the municipality, the 139 intervention was done per request of the then Minister of Water and Sanitation, DWS, who happens to be the Minister of Police now, who wrote to Cocta, then Minister, to say, in view of the high bill of Kopanong Municipality to then Bloom Water, the current Val Central, he requested that Section 63 of the Water Services Act be put in place. And for Cocta to come in as a coordinating department, then there was a request for 139 intervention. So the 139 per se is not based on the 139, your 1B and all that, because it was also aligned with the financial recovery plan. So in essence, it would be your practical 1395 that would be there. So hence the appointment of the administrator then, who was earlier the acting municipal manager along section 154, but then with the change of the intervention, then it would be an administrator, Chair. So I think that's where the difference is. Then in terms of what happened to the appointment, along the way, Cocta then decided to change the deployment and recall the administrator who would have been then and who would be talking now, and then replace the administrator with another administrator because the administrator was recalled back to Cocta at the head office. Then with the development in Mohokare municipality wherein there was a need for section 154 intervention, the administrator was rather redirected there because the belief was that with the intervention on section 63, wherein different sectors and stakeholders were called in to assist Kopanong municipality out of the quagmire or the laguna of the big debt and along other third-party liabilities, then the intervention would have been not only based on Cocta, but Cocta would be coordinating other sectors. And DWS would be one of your strategic role players in this case. I don't know, Chair, if I've responded adequately to that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for the responses, but the more you get the response, the more you want the MEC and the HOD. We need to flag this matter and engage as we engage COCTA on this one. It will be, and I think, an intensive discussion and engagement. It shouldn't be a matter that we take lightly as intervention, that you just put a person as an administrator, you take him away, you put another one, you take him away, you leave the institution as it is without reasons, and it simply says having an administrator and not having an administrator, there's no difference. So we'll flag it in our report and engage the department, the HOD and the MEC directly on the matter. Councillors, please leave us. We are tired to see you in front of us. Good morning and afternoon. Let's start. Uh, Thank you for honoring the invitation. We have with us I'm too short. We have with us honorable members. We have Tate Pretorius and Tate Meko seated that side, but they're outside, and then it's Mem Kabela, Tate Msimanga, Tate Lute, Tate Makai, Mendungani, Tate Foko, Mecharekwe, and Melich coming in. And Tate Jankelson was here, but he also has to attend to another commitment. I don't know whether he has already gone. Is it clear? Oh, yes, that's the team from our side. And we also have a treasury supporting us, and COGTA and human rights. And the office of the Auditor General is here. The office of the Premier is not here. And then we then have the technical team from the legislature in support of our work. Honorable members, in front of you, you have a special municipality. Over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson, all the members of the committee, the Deputy Speaker, and all the stakeholders that are here. I'm Councillor Veronica Ntakumbana, the Executive Mayor of Lejweleputswa District Municipality. I would like first to apologize for last week. I was off sick, and I just wanted to make first that apology. I had sent a sick note.
Your apology on behalf of everyone from your team.
Yes, Chair.
Thanks,
On
Majoro.
behalf of my team, that you did not receive this or those apology in time. We tried by all means to send them, but unfortunately, I think our office failed us. So I'd like to first apologize. With me, just want to first introduce the delegation that I'm coming with from the Lejweleputswa District Municipality. Next to me is the Speaker of Lejweleputswa, Date Jerens Dikane. I'm with the Municipal Manager, Date Mtlatsi Mageta. I'm with the CFO, Date Kelvin. I think they must just lift their hands so that they can be known who am I talking about. I'm also with the Chief Whip, Date Babiki Medi. I'm with the MPEC Chairperson, Date Mweti. I'm also with the Chairperson of Audit Committee. I'm also with the LDA CEO, who is also with us, Chairperson. This is the delegation that is coming from the municipality and the entity.
Thank you, Majoro. Mayor Puse.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start with the MM. Good afternoon. May you please stand for me? Sir, good afternoon. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Please switch on your mic.
An affirmation?
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
You are not audible enough.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that. Motlatsi Leslie Mageta. Thank you.
You can leave it switched on. Do you declare what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I so affirm. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation?
And do you consider this affirmation binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Kevin Khwabane.
Do you declare what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. As chairperson, should I move over to the agency? CEO, good day.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Speaking to the mic.
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lejweleputswa Mzamai.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committees the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. So is the CFO with you? Okay. Thank you. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. The lady coming in is Mayor Nanyani, an honorable member. Your presentation, if it can take 15 minutes, part of the issues that waste time is a lot of explanations, which you are going to repeat when you respond to questions. So if you can just run through your presentation in such a way that it saves time and take 15 minutes. Over to you, Majoro.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will allow the municipal manager to take us through the presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, honorable members of the Parliament. The first question that was expected to be answered by the municipality dealt with consequence management and how consistency will be applied and not reversed. In as far as this question is concerned, UIF&W, after it has been investigated by MPEC, normally they indicate how it's supposed to be dealt with after it has been, thereafter it's presented to council for approval, and those that are supposed to be referred to the MM go there, those that are supposed to be referred to the DC board go there in terms of resolutions. Now, after these resolutions have been presented, the DC board normally takes the report back to council, and council will implement it as such. In as far as other measures in relation to consistency are concerned, we normally undertake training for senior managers in terms of their code of conduct of 2010 and also the collective agreement governing those who are falling under the bargaining council. We are in the process of developing a consequence management policy which will go through processes and be adopted by council. On the second question that was asked, it was dealing with the date in which MPEC concluded investigations into irregular expenditure and what is the anticipated date for Municipal Financial Disciplinary Board to issue its final determination or disciplinary outcome concerning referred matters. MPEC concluded investigations on the 27th of May 2025 with recommendations included but not limited to the following: that there was value for money on some areas and therefore the expenditure was regarded as irrecoverable, written off and condoned. The Financial Disciplinary Board was also invited to make further investigations, and with some matters they were related to irregular, and it was indicated that money should be recovered in as far as those that were regarded as irregular are concerned. In as far as the date, MPEC presented all the reports to Council on the 30th of June 2025 for consideration. The final report from the Financial Disciplinary Board is expected to be issued on the 28th of November 2025. On the post-audit action plan, we are using the Financial Management Capacity Maturity Model. And in answering this question, the first monthly review meeting was held on the 15th of January 2024. The second question that was asked, the first formal status report was presented to management meeting on the 15th of May 2024. Although we are having different forms and methods of dealing with PAP. The third question that was asked was for us to give precisely the projected interest revenue as at the current projected figure. The current projected figure is 5,336,683. But one must hasten to indicate that we are having a very difficulty in dealing with non-grant based revenue generated funding or funds because of the absence of powers and functions of the district, with others that were also devolved in 2005 and 2008 respectively. But the municipality management is not sitting in its laurels, because we are also dealing with other forms and methods of making sure that we are raising these funds. Part of that deals with making sure that MHS bylaws are gazetted, and the National COCTA said that they will be assisting us. Firefighting and disaster management services were also hamstrung by the 2005-2008 devolving of powers and functions, and we have since requested that we get support in the form of funding from the National COCTA. The municipality has also appointed transactional advisors for fundraising on risk in order to implement some of the identified IDP projects and exploring other revenue enhancing mechanisms. With regard to non-compliance with Section 75 of the MFMA, the relevant information in relation to policies, annual and quarterly reports has been uploaded as we speak. In terms of devolution of functions and the question that was asked, action plans on key raised questions by the Parliament Oversight Committee were submitted to COCTA on the 18th of August 2025 for referral to the joint committees. But one must also indicate that we have also explored powers and functions in relation to reinstating of the powers by sending a letter that was later supported by the capacity form that was sent to the MDB. We have also submitted a request in order to get these functions back of water services to the Department of Water and Sanitation on the 31st of October 2024. Regarding overpayment of councillors' debt, the question that was asked was whether there was legal advice. If so, when was it submitted? It was submitted on the 19th of November 2024 to the National Treasury, and we have since attached it. Thank you very much. And the letter that was written to the Minister by the Executive Mayor. Thank you.
Oh, that's all. The Treasury the issue of that issue of the salaries of the overpayment, whatever the debt of councillors. Can you also make input in that as we reflect on the adherence to audit action plan?
Thank you, Chairperson. With regards to the overpayment of councillors, the expectation from Treasury is that the municipality has the responsibility of recouping that money from the councillors that were overpaid. That has been the stand from Treasury, that the municipality needs to recoup that money. And I think it's one of those areas that is hindering the municipality from moving from unqualified to clean over the years. With regards to the progress on the audit action plan, the municipality had 52 findings on the web-based audit action plan. As at the 10th of October, 5 findings have not yet been started, 45 were in progress, and 2 of the findings were in progress. Thank you, Chair.
What about those councillors that have passed away? What happens in that regard, if they are in? I remember there was such a reference in one interaction.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I would we would advise that if maybe the CFO can or the MM can just give us a history of what has been done and which councillors are now late. We can then take the matter to National Treasury and hear what National Treasury has to say. But we'll need a full account of what processes have the municipality taken to ensure that they recover the money. Thank you.
I think it's very clear that municipality must interact with Treasury on that matter. The chairperson of audit committee, in relation to your observation as a committee, why is this municipality not getting a clean audit? This municipality only has 8 paragraphs on non-compliance. And when you look at the situation in the province, if we were at school or in athletics, in terms of the results, we'll say that this municipality is number 1. Now, what makes it difficult to move from unqualified to clean audit, according to you? Secondly, what do you think, or have you ever advised the municipality in relation to the human resource plan that must be followed to deal with this huge salary bill? I know that almost all the district councils are talking about these powers and functions that were taken away, which has left them with a huge salary bill. But it cannot be an issue that we cry about over and over. What is the plan to deal with that according to the audit committee? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have to firstly disclose that we were not long appointed in the municipality. We actually appointed around June this year, but we started to do the work in earnest. Your inductions, already it was the AG time in terms of considering their strategy, engagement letters, and so on. But we also were privy to the Q3 and the Q4 reports, and ultimately the annual performance report and the annual financial statements. You are right on the issue of the councillors, the previous councillors' overpayment. As Treasury have said, it's one of the long outstanding matters that contributes into the negative audit outcomes. And what we picked is that before we came in, there was no oversight on audit committee side for some time. So there was a lull of a few months wherein those that we had to take over from were not doing their part. And as a result, there was lax. And that is why you will hear from AG to say in PAP sitting there are over 50 findings and only about 5-7 of them have been addressed, and about 45 are still in progress. We are having our first ordinary meeting next month. The agenda is already issued, and in there is progress on implementation of remedial actions to address internal audit findings as well as AG findings. The internal audit is doing follow-ups on those, and we're very clear when we're interacting with the mayor and the MM to say we are not here to collect claims for attendance of meetings. They do their work and we do our work. And our work is oversight. We are not going to come to the meetings where we are going to receive the same reports of no progress of implementation. Where they need assistance, they must talk, escalate, and ask for assistance. And there is, and I'm speaking on the grounds of being new, there's silo workings that are there. And that we requested that we are one institution, you know, that the accounting officer at the end, the backstop with him. So we need to attend to that. We can't say, CFO, it's your matter. We are the one that are generating UIFWs and so on. And then, of course, the elephant in the room is the bloated structure that very soon requests will be coming to the province, maybe for funding, as with the natural increments that happens, 5 million remaining, we might not be able to afford to pay our staff salaries. So those are the issues that, and it's not generating income. That is the other thing. There's no non-grant revenue generation in that municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation by the collective leadership of Lejweleputswa. First question would be, what are you doing practically possible in ensuring that you are within the norm as far as salaries are concerned? Because your salary bill is around 70 to 80%, 75 to 80%. It will mean that 20 to 25% goes on service delivery. And there was an issue here raised by Auditor General. He had a concern to say, one, amongst other things, whatever you are spending is not aligned to your service delivery mandate. Have you corrected that? Are you working in such a manner that you are correcting the concerns that were raised by Auditor General and then were also raised during the visit of the COCTA Portfolio Committee when it was doing oversight in July? Some of these questions were asked in July and were still being told that you are working on a policy or on consequence management. The likelihood, if 3 months has passed, you have not done anything as far as that policy is concerned, we might find ourselves in a compromise situation next year where you are having to explain yourself as far as consequence management is concerned. Does it take, why should it take 3 months to develop a policy on consequence management? Why does it have to take 3 months? The other thing, Chair, that I will want to ask, I've seen the municipality has bought a lot of, it has kumbis, it has buggies. How does those that fleet help as far as service delivery is concerned in line with the district mandate? Why did you buy so many buggies and what do you call this thing? Kumbis? Because even some of your, even, let's say MPEC, they do get, they do claim, they do traveling claims. Every time they will claim traveling as they come to meetings. Councillors will do the same, and your officials, majority of them, they have traveling allowance. Why do you have so many buggies and kumbis? How do they help as far as service delivery is concerned? And some of the political office some of your political office staff is ballooned. I would want to know why the Speaker's office has 2 PAs, 2 secretaries. If we can be told, and there's a company here, because as we continue to deal with some of these things such that we are able to reduce fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we must also go deeper as we do our research. There's a company called Kensani. The owner is Domingo. Speaker, what is your relationship with that company? Because at some point you are driving their cars. Is this company doing business with Lejweleputswa District Municipality? If so, what is the relationship of a speaker with this company? Can we be taken into confidence such that we're able to be at ease? Because you know what, anything that has to do with public purse, we must be very serious. But my emphasis, Chair, it's on how do you reduce that 80% staff such that it's within the norm. Because now the way it is like we're giving grants, we're more like a SASA arrangement in that municipality, because I really don't understand. But before you can even deal with that, please explain to us, how did it come that you have 80% of staff as a district? How did it come that you have so a ballooned staff such that is way out of the norm? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's start with the water service function that you applied or are applying for. The question is, to whom are you going to deliver those services? I mean, Matjhabeng currently gets water from Vaal Central. A part of Nala, I think it's Wesselsbron, gets water from Vaal Central. Then basically you are left with Tswelopele, Masolonyana and Tokologo, of which the last two is actually cash strapped. So what's the business plan to be able to deliver this water service function? I think we should actually request the municipality to provide us with the letters and the requests that were sent to the minister, so we can see what's the plan there. According to the reports it was received and handled with, and I think that it was adopted in the portfolio committee nationally, is that this municipality's salary bill actually amounts to 95%, with 127 employees. Now, just to read what transpired last time, the district was supposed to, this is according to the National Assembly report, the district was supposed to be a coordinating structure. However, it did not seem to be effective at this, as the 5 municipalities under its jurisdiction are distressed, not performing well. And then the leadership seemed to have difficulties explaining the district's core functions, triggering the impression that the district municipality existed to pay salaries. I remember that question, I think it was to the municipal manager. And the question was, what services do you deliver? And at some stage it felt that the MM couldn't really answer. And I was just thinking, just quote the Disaster Management Act. Just do that. But then I realized afterwards, maybe the Disaster Management Center in Lejweleputswa might not be even functional. So can you give us the status of the Disaster Management Center in Lejweleputswa? And have you received any feedback from Cooperative about what exactly you're going to get nationally for disaster management services? And then lastly, and that was the question last time as well, regarding the organogram, and I think that basically links to the 95 or 80% salary bill. Can we see that organogram? Because if it's true that there's going to be requests made to the province, we need to see what that organogram looks like. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, and partly covered by my colleagues on the staff reduction. But my question is, the last time we asked you why is there such a large staff component and why you aren't able to render services, your answer partly was that a lot of your staff are deployed to municipalities. My question is, have you managed to reduce your staff complement by actually transferring those deployed members to those municipalities so they become their responsibility and no longer yours? Because they were doing those municipalities' functions and not yours. So therefore, they should not be under your bill. They should be under those municipalities' bills, because they of falling under those municipalities' organogram. Which brings me to, when was your last skills audit done? Now, if you've done a recent skills audit, you would have a functional organogram, because you cannot have a skills audit if you do not have a functional organogram. So the two relate to one another. And it was one of the last questions that and one of the recommendations from the NCOP Parliamentary Committee is to get your organogram in order so that you can know what your staff complement should be in line with what your municipality's mandatory obligations are. Then, regarding the consequence management, and I'd prefer if the MPAC chairperson could answer this one. Are you able to function without political interference or intimidation? It's a very important question because I don't want to see a question of whether the sheep are now guarding the wolves and inspecting the wolves. And then you say that in October 2024, that you wrote a letter for the acquisition of the water services. Have you not functioned or not followed up once since then? We are now in October 2025. It's a year later. If someone doesn't respond to me within 7 days, I will want to know what's happening. Why have you received it? Haven't you received it? What's happening? Where's it going? How long will it take you to respond to me? So I'd like to know why the last correspondence you had was in 2024. Because as you rightly put it, this is one of your main revenue services. So if revenue and collecting revenue is important to you, then surely you would have followed it up by now. I've covered the staff, covered that, covered the impact chair. Then last question, Chair. You say that one of your functions that you're assisting with is assisting with having your municipalities get their bylaws published, etc. How many of your municipalities underneath you, of the 5, have actually got published bylaws? And could you send a copy of those to the committee for us, please? Okay.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I just seek clarity on the issue of the overpayment of councillors. It seems to me that the municipality is not communicating with provincial treasury. Provincial treasury says that the monies need to be recouped. Though there was a follow-up, I think it was by the chair, to say, then what is there any plan in place for those that have passed on? But according to the report from the municipality, you have stated that there is legal advice that you have received and you've attached a letter of that sort which you sent to the minister, which we have been empowered with, we've gone through it, which says the debt has prescribed. Now we are sitting with a legal advice with a debt that has been prescribed, and we're sitting with Treasury that says that these monies need to be recouped. So I just need clarification on that point. What is the plan of the municipality when it comes to these overpayments? Has the debt prescribed, and what is the plan going forward? Have you made follow-up with the minister? And if you were to recoup these monies, according to the advice of Treasury, then if you can also respond to the question by the chair. Secondly, I think I'm a bit disappointed because the elephant in the room has been there for the longest time. And it seems you've not even attempted to bite, not even the tail from it, because you have not brought anything forward to say, this is the plan coming back from the joint committee in terms of the bloated structure. This is what we're presenting now to this committee. So that's a bit disappointing, and my colleagues have already touched on that. It was just a comment. And then the gentleman over there, you mentioned something about working in silos. Would you like to perhaps in your response, as you respond, also respond to this issue but in terms of, can you expatiate on what you meant when you said you are working in silos? Thank you very much. Chair.
Majoro, over to you. Oh, sorry. Menanya.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, you know, this thing of wasting our people's money, it's very disappointing. I just wanted a clarity, given that in the municipality identification of overpayment to councillors between that period, what specific internal controls have been implemented to prevent similar issues like that one to continue for future time? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the municipality. Chair, the audit outcome of the municipality is unqualified. I'm also interested, Chair, on the root cause of not getting the clean audit. As Chair alluded before, that they have only 8 paragraphs to get that clean audit. Chair, according to the AG report, one of the root cause of non-compliance of the municipalities is low response from management. So, on the report of the municipality, they stated, Chair, that under non-compliance with Section 75 of the MFMA on website specific, that the service provider is in the process of uploading. Now, I want to check with the municipality, when did he started and what is the time frame? Because it's the other thing that can make them to be their findings on audit outcomes. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the one of the overpayment of councillors. The issue of overpayment of councillors has been with us for a long time. We've been trying all these years to deal with the issue of overpayment of councillors. What we did as a municipality, we requested a legal advice after we've written the letters to ministers, trying to get a way forward of how are we going to deal with this matter. But in the previous years, what they did to make a control over this matter, we stopped the grading of municipality in 2015, where we were in grade 5 back to grade 4, as an advice that we received at that time. So since then, we've been in grade 4. So municipality has been paid. All councillors are paid in grade 4. This debt that is overpaid is the debt that has happened before we even took over as this collective. This is the debt that has been increasing with an increment that each and every year, starting from when it started, the municipality was taken to grade 5. It started with an interest that now, at the moment, the money each and every year is coopting a 1 million rand. That's why we are sitting at that 1 million rand. But the control that we have taken is that now all councillors, starting in 2021, starting in 2016, all the councillors that were elected and appointed in Lejweleputswa are being paid grade 4. But this is the historical debt that we are sitting with as a municipality to deal with it. Well, that's why we've been writing to minister to say, what is it that we can do? We did seek for a legal advice, which we even write the second letter, because even when I was an MPEC chairperson, I did write a letter to the minister about this thing in the previous administrations, because this has been with us for years. So this is the overpayment of councillors that are there. There are councillors that have passed away. That's why there is an issue of prescription, because some of the councillors that are appearing on that list, most of them has passed away, which when I'm hearing from Treasury that some have been cooked. Some of the councillors that were in the previous, that had money before 2014, before we stopped the issue of grade 5, those councillors were written letters by the then CFO to say, can you pay the money that you have been getting from the municipality from grade 4, grade 5 to grade 4. So those councillors had to pay, although others were unable to pay. So, but others had to pay. If I think is going to also add on that one, but we did something. That's why we are requesting any assistance that we can get to make sure that the municipality is out of this 31 million that each and every year is generated. When it comes to bloated structure, immediately after the oversight committee, we had to go back to the municipality and sit and discuss what is it that we can do as a municipality as a remedial action, which we had to present the remedial action and also make sure that as a municipality, we take this item to council so that the council can also know and have an input on that. The last council that we said we did had a council that presented all the remedial action to deal with the bloated structure, whereby part of the bloated structure, we took a decision this year to say part of us, whenever somebody leaves the municipality, is either is it because of he's sick or is it because of the time that he is on the retirement. We are not going to fill that post because we need that post to make sure that we take somebody else to work on this thing. We've been doing that as a municipality. We have tried to take most of the municipalities, starting from the 30th of May, we took that decision as a council to say we are not going to add anyone when there's the other proposal that we said, which we presented to council, was to say we are going to engage some of the employees, because in the municipality there are employees that are starting from the age of 55 and above. We are going to engage them through the LLF. If will they be able to take a retrenchment severance package so that at least we can lower. And when we were looking at the numbers that we have at the municipalities of those people from 55 to 60, we received plus minus 30 employees. But there are those that already have left the municipality before even now that they are already, the others went, their time ended in October. So we have not yet filled those places. We said the last resort, when we are unable to get those that are voluntarily, we will go to the last resort, which is section 180, which we will say. Another thing that we did as a municipality, we tried the issue of cost containment as a municipality. We made sure that some of the things that were also taking our budget as a municipality, we deal with them. So, but we had to give them some break, because when you are dealing with the cost containment, if somebody was receiving a car allowance and now you are going to take that car allowance, what you need to do, you must also give enough time so that at least we can have a cooling period. So we are expecting that starting next year, January, we'll be having some of the money that we've been paying to some of the employees as a car allowance, those that were not getting car allowance. Because the municipality, when we took over in 2021, we only have one car. And we had to deal with the issue of how are we going to deal with us having some transport, because some of the activities that the municipality needs to do needs transport. That's why I'm saying and CFO are going to respond on why do we have those combis and bakkies. So I will hand that one to them. And that's why I was trying to explain also the issue of how the bloated structure and what have we done since the audit committee. We have been doing something as a municipality. But I would like to allow the speaker also to respond, and also on the issue of the skills audit, is also going to respond on that one. Can I allow the speaker also to respond on the question that was placed to you?
I would suggest that we get these responses first, and the speaker will be the last to speak on.
All right, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me start with adding to how the executive mayor has responded to the first question that deals with the elephant in the room, which is 31 million rands owed by councillors, which is impeding us to get a clean audit. As part of trying to deal with that issue, we received we sought for a legal advice from a reputable law firm here in Bloemfontein that was backed by counsel or advocate, wherein we wanted to recoup monies from those councillors who have not paid. Some have passed on, some are no longer in service. And the advice that we got, that we have attached as part of proof, was that it is always not good, one, to use good money to follow bad money. Two, that because nothing was done within the first 3 years, the money has prescribed. You might end up experiencing a serious problem of going to court and spending money that is not there in trying to recoup this money. And when you are faced with the court, you are told that the money has prescribed because nothing was done within 3 years. That is why the same legal opinion and the letters were written to Provincial Treasury and National Treasury, respectively. So we are now in that corner where we don't know whether to proceed and lose more money if we are challenged, or we just elevate this matter to the minister, who is expected to give a final verdict on this issue. Maybe to add to some of the points that were raised by Majoro in response, how did we find ourselves here in terms of bloated staff? Unfortunately, this is a historical problem. As part of the problem that we inherited was that we found the bloated structure, one. Two, another problem was that when the powers and functions were taken in 2005 and 2008 respectively, warm bodies were left, so they were left behind. But as part of a way of trying to deal with this, council dealt with or adopted the cost containment policy in May. Part of the issues that are highlighted there was that in order to deal with this, we must try by all means to make sure that we deal with the skills audit. Secondly, we deal with the placement policy, matching and placing of staff personnel. and try to make sure that when officials leave the system, whether through leaving the secular world or leaving by resigning, or maybe they are retiring, we are not filling the positions that are not critical. And as Majoro has indicated, we are engaging officials that are 55 years and above in terms of giving them severance packages. The process is ongoing. LLF has been consulted. And we are working according to the time frames that we proposed to the joint committee. As we indicated that those time frames and a plan have been submitted on the 18th of August to COCTA, and it's been monitored. In terms of 3 months policy in dealing with consequence management, this does not mean that we are not dealing with consequence management. When there's transgression, there's always consequence management. That is why we indicated in our previous submission that we have presented how we dealt with officials who transgressed. We are governed by the collective bargaining for those that are falling under the MM, and senior managers and the municipal managers are governed by a code of conduct that is dealing with disciplinary code of municipal manager and managers accountable to the municipal manager. So we will not wait. In an event that there's transgression, we've been dealing with consequence management. We have dealt with a lot of them to date, and some are already at the bargaining council. They've been dismissed. In terms of the bloated structure in the office of the speaker, there's a staff establishment and the gazette. Those have been reviewed, and they are speaking to people who are supposed to be in the office of the speaker. But one of the things that one will check is to check facts in terms of what was presented, but the speaker will also fill me up. Water Services Authority, our submission was made in 2024, and because we are meeting with the DWS provincially on quarterly basis, when they are dealing with MIG projects, big projects, WISIC projects, they normally update us because the province has recommended that we get these powers and functions in order to assist our local municipalities. As we have already highlighted that we intend assisting Tswelopele, we intend assisting Masilonyana and Tokolo, because every time that these municipalities are challenged in terms of dealing with water problems, we are also enjoined in terms of an understanding that in line with Section 84, subsection 1, B of the Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998, as powers and functions of our districts, we are supposed to be supplying bulk water to these municipalities. And that is why even Checkers currently is saying that I must be arrested because I acted in contempt when I was expected to deal with water-related problems. The court does not know that these powers are not within the ambit of our district currently. I have already alluded to some of the powers and functions that we are not implementing. in the form of firefighting and disaster management. It does not mean that the disaster management office is not working. It's one of the most active offices in terms of dealing with joint operation JOC is concerned. And we are very, very active, and we are participating even in the provincial JOC committee. Most of the municipalities that received the grants in the form of disaster were applied, those grants were applied for by the district municipality. We applied for them, and almost 3 or 4 last year were received by Masilonyana. Machabeng was one of the municipalities that received Ntokolo. So the only problem is that firefighting was taken or devolved in 2005 and 2008 respectively. But as we have indicated, we have already applied for both of these powers and functions to be funded by the National Cocta. They were warming up to the idea, and they requested that we get a backing from the provincial government. I wonder if, okay, we'll submit information regarding the bylaws that are being enforced or are supposed to be enforced by the local municipalities. But I know that COCTA is assisting them. There were some of the workshops that were conducted by Advocate Mansu in that respect, in assisting the local municipalities. Okay, I think I've tried to answer some. I'll ask my colleague to assist me if I forgot some of the questions. Thank you.
I think the CFO must also indicate whether that debt of councillors, is it ballooning because of interest, or so that we can be clear?
No, thank you, Chairperson, and to the honorable committee members. I will assist on the question of the fleet that we acquired. As the mayor indicated, at one stage the institution only had 1 vehicle that was in circulation. Now, as part of cost containment measures, we acquired the fleet simply because with 1 vehicle that was available, the previous administration had issued discretionary traveling allowances or car allowances to employees. So we then needed to make savings as part of our cost containment measures that we are undertaking. So the fleet, honourable member, if you have knowledge of the fleet that we are currently having, we are having buggies as well as 2 combis. The combis are used in the political.
Sure, your responses are to me. No, to me. I'm the one who asks questions.
No, apologies, Chair. The 2 combis are normally used in the 2 political offices when they go out for public participation and the likes. When the 2 political leadership go out, they would need support staff with them. So those combis are normally then used for that purpose. And the buggies that we are having, if you look at the geographical area of our district, if you were to go to Tokologo, Masilunya, and Fikredefle, those are rural areas. So the buggies are normally then used by our EHS unit, Environmental and Health Services, where they go and conduct the inspections. Chair, you also asked the question of the 31 million. The 31 million, Chairperson, has ballooned because of the interest that we are charging on a monthly basis. Our system automatically charges our debtors interest. So on a monthly basis. Yes, up until the legal advice that we had obtained, there were stop orders that were instituted against councillors that are still in the institution. However, with low payment that was that the municipality was basically encountering, the interest has gone up. I think the initial amount was around 12 million when this debt started for over these couple of years. So we're now sitting at 31 million because of the interest that we're charging. We are required, unfortunately, to charge that interest on outstanding debt. There was also an issue on the non-compliance, which AG had flagged. The non-compliance, chairperson, that is affecting the municipality is on SCM. But what we have done, because mostly it was on contract management, the institution did not have a contract management register, where during the previous audit, when AG flagged or queried on contract management, we then developed an asset, a contract register, which was then presented to them for review. We are currently now implementing that contract register. I don't foresee, chairperson, that will continue to have those repeated findings from AG, especially on contract management. One other issue was late responses during the audit. With the current audit, we are having our audit steering committee meetings on a weekly basis with AG, where we track progress in terms of the RFIs and the communications that AG would normally issue. At this stage, 98% of the RFIs that AG has requested have been provided, including the communications. So the audit in the current cycle is going pretty well. Like I indicated, I don't see any repetitive findings again from the Office of the Auditor General. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. There was a question on expanding on what I said. We found that there was kind of a silo mentality, not working as one unit. I'll just make two examples that we observed and that we addressed. We consider reported performance information for Q3. We found over 10, about 14 so, of proof of evidence not provided to the monitoring and evaluation. And you ask yourself, what's happening here? We are managers, and no matter how swamped we can be, that's why we are managers. Part of your job is to report on what you have done. So you go to Q4, because we have addressed that and we said it's a resolution of the audit committee. Anyone that does not do their work, consequence management must be undertaken. And we will report people by names to the council to say we have these people that are not doing part of their work and they are frustrating the people that are doing monitoring, evaluation and reporting on the other side. You will have a policy that says when we have a meeting in Bloemfontein due to limited budget constraints and so on, we do a drive in and out. We are not that far, it's less than 2-hour drive. Some people will then decide on their own to book in and sleep, in the accommodation. When we have a policy like that, already we are creating findings for ourselves, because that's what AG takes, and then, so either we should just revise that policy to say in circumstances that just to cover ourselves. But those are the kind of thing. When we were discussing with the managers, CFO mentioned that I came in here, Chair, and we found quotations flying in business units. Where is the supply chain management unit? Because things must be centralized there. You know, you'll end up being in a big debt without knowing. So those are the silos that we're talking about. And then we realized that there's no combined assurance in the institution. Actually, it was not even assigned. No, Chief Audit Executive, the new standards are very clear. You are supposed to be the one that coordinates the combined assurance. Let's have the policy, let's have the framework in place so that for every risk, we should know which assurance level do what. And that is going to help us to be one structure, you know, that is accountable for the risks that are facing us. I hope I have clarified.
Thanks. This is why we need chairpersons of audit committees, because they help our performance. I think what comes out of that simply says that we need to have that report going to the MM and the mayor. And out of that, the MM would then, through the mayor, submit to this committee an action plan on the issues highlighted by the report of the audit committee. The audit committee comes to the recommendations, give them to the MM. The MM then develops an action plan to deal with those gaps, especially to tighten controls. And then we can then get that action plan ourselves from the mayor, and also the councillors did. I think one of the things that maybe we will also engage provincial government on is state law advice. What becomes the role of also of the provincial government in dealing with this matter legally? That we would, I don't know whether municipality has been able to engage the Premier's office on the state law advice to provide legal advice on this matter. But we will also flag it also as we interact with the Premier's office to check on this matter. But obviously, until probably you have elevated this matter to them, we would not be able to. Now, listening to what the chairperson of audit committee have said, and the issue that the MM has said on the staff of the speaker, it's not the speaker who must respond to that, it's the MM, because it's the one that is responsible for payment. If the speaker respond to that, it would not be appropriate. This is an administrative matter which the MM must follow up on, and maybe provide a written response to the committee on that. But clearly, from what emerges from the discussions, the HR plan in dealing with the issue of the salary bill is not clear. You only have decisions. Once a person passes away or goes on pension, we don't employ. What if it is on a critical position? What do you then do? So it means, in terms of the HR plan, you should be having an issue of analyzing the staff you have, those that are going on pension, what skills are they possessing, which is also tied up to the issue of the skills audit. And then where gaps arises, are you then also doing a job redesign? But that job redesign must be backed up by retraining, so that once you do job rotations, that person that goes and fill that position is then having appropriate skills. Now, with those that you have, the 30 that you have identified that are going on pension, what skills are they having? Aren't you having in the staff establishment a sort of skills transfer, so that once they leave, you don't leave gaps behind? That's why we then talk of the HR plan, which the municipality must have. And lastly, this issue that comes up from time to time on consequence talks to the capacity in the MPEC. And from time to time, one hears that when we talk about capacity, it's like you say, do you have the committee? Yes, we have councillors. Do you have staff with skills in that unit? No, we don't have. But they say they have capacity. So it is at the administration level where these issues are able to be synthesized and elevated to the committee, and the committee then takes appropriate decision once this thing has been duly processed at the administration level. So I think it's also one of the issues. I mean, your audit, what is it, a disciplinary board? It's which with I know that there are some municipalities who said they make use of your disciplinary board, so it's for shared services. So it can be that disciplinary board is dealing with cases from other municipalities, not from yourself, when it's your disciplinary board. So only if you are able to capacitate that appropriately. But I'm happy that the audit committee, once it got into work, it immediately ran, and we must expect cooperation from yourself, so that we can have a better audit outcomes. And lastly, we need to have the response from the speaker on the issue that was raised. The bylaws, the skills audit.
Those people that have been deployed to municipalities that have been transferred there, or if they're still under their salary?
We've been,
The staff that they've, sorry. Yes, so thank you, Chair. There's three of my questions have not been answered. When was the last skill audit? Do they have a functional organogram? Then those staff that you've deployed to the other municipalities, have they been transferred to them, or are they still on your salary bill? And then the last one is bylaws. How many of your municipalities actually have bylaws? And can you give me a copy of their bylaws? Yeah.
Chair, just to add on the unanswered questions, it's not an unanswered question. I did ask and request as part of the skills audit that we get that organogram, because I'm feeling more like this is an elusive document. I don't want it to be an elusive document. So can we see the organogram as well? So can it be included in the responses we get from the district? Thank you.
No, let's get to an answered question. So I want the speaker to be the last before we give over back to the mayor.
Oh, thank you very much. Skills audit was done in 2024. The organogram is done according to the prototype structure. Municipalities in the country are now guided in terms of the level of a particular municipality, whether it's a district or a local municipality. we are given a common structure of a district municipality with these powers and functions vis-a-vis a district municipality with these other powers and functions. So our organogram is in line with the prototype structure. Oh, okay. Okay, but Chairperson, we will submit our organogram, maybe to allay the fears of honorable member in terms of whether we have an organogram or not. In terms of the bylaws, I thought that the honorable member is giving me an opportunity to go to the municipalities, check the bylaws, because I would not know that by heart. As I indicated, that I am aware of a process that was done by Advocate Mantu in assisting the local municipalities in that respect last year. So if I'm given an opportunity, I'll make sure that I submit that to Parliament. Thank you.
The Speaker.
No, thanks, Chair, and greetings to the honorable members of the committee. Chair, if I captured the question correctly, it says I am having 2 PAs in the office. But as far as I know, I have only 1 PA in the office.
Speaker, it's not your question. That
Okay.
is the question of to the MM.
No, thanks. Then the second question, Chair, that was directed to me. It was whether that I'm driving the car of somebody or in fact by the name of Domingo. As far as I know, Chair, no, I do have my own car and I drive my own car. Thank you very much, Chair.
Ndate Foko and Ndate, on the issue of the organogram, when you submit it, it will also obviously have names, position and name, so that positions are attached to names.
Thank you, Chair. It's before Mayor Kirche. Mayor supposed to take the stand.
Ndate Foko.
No, I'm asking before I'm asking a question, Chair.
Speak. What is it that you want to say?
Let me speak.
Yes.
Chair. Chair, I'm not satisfied about the statement from the mayor when she was saying, "Hai gapelele namane." Remember that Kopanong was admit. And
no, you are misquoting her.
No, let me carry on, Chair.
Oh, okay. No, I wanted to make it clear.
No, Chair, you said I must speak.
Yes,
Now I speak.
the person who talked about why Khapella Linaman is the ones that came before them.
You see, Chair, you didn't listen to me.
Thanks.
I'm saying Kopanong. I was saying Kopanong in this meeting, Chair. They were saying by Khapella Linaman. I don't know where are they getting that weight. I don't want to commit myself in English by saying Khapella Linaman again. But do you know what is that? So you were supposed to say, Mayor, Luena Khapella Linaman. Why I'm saying that? In your statement, you said no, the previous administration. So I want you to withdraw that statement, because when you take over with everything that you are getting, you know. So let us do so. That is my plea, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to put as a matter of record that the speaker must know that you are speaking under oath. And the implication of that, it might be perjury. That's how serious the matter is, Chair. And then I asked, what is the relationship between you and Domingo, the Kensani owner? I asked, is Domingo or Kensani is he doing a business with the municipality, Lejweleputswa, particular, specifically your office? That's what I asked, Chair. And Speaker has been diplomatic or selective in answering me. I think now he has heard what I've asked. And it's rather irresponsible of MM to refer an administrative question to the speaker to say speaker will answer to that. The expectation is that the accounting officer is responsible for general administration of the organization. If you do not have a question immediately, you'll go and check and write it down. But referring a question that is administrative in nature to a politician is a bit problematic. Chair, I have asked between July and now, I took it from the response of MM. It looks like a Chair, you are disrupting. I am saying, Chair, between July and now, MM in his presentation is saying they were working on a consequence management policy. That's what he reported. And then he's then saying now that indeed they've implemented consequence management. That consequence management, it has to be applied with section 32 subsection 2, which say whether you commit irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, deliberately or negligently, there has to be people who are liable. You will have to recover such money which is a loss or damages to the municipality from them. How many did you recover the money from them? That's one issue, Chair, that I wanted clarity on. But to dismiss issue of a bloated structure to say is an historical issue, Chair, honestly, the response itself, it cannot be welcomed by this session. Because being an accounting officer, it will mean you must be wary of your environment such that you are able to respond properly to your environment. But if you are dismissing it as a historical problem, as if it happened during apartheid times, it's a bit problematic to this committee. Such that you are able to resolve the problem. Dismissing it as a historical problem like that, it means we have inherited the problem and we can't attend to the problem. You don't even want to know what caused the problem. What were compelling circumstances such that we find ourselves with a bloated structure? That's what we asked, and we want an answer. If MM can't answer, you must be able to say, I'm going back, I will respond to you. By the way, you are getting paid such that you are responding to us, but you make that municipality to work better, not to dismiss us. Chair, not long ago, under the leadership of the Honorable Councillor Ngangelizwe, may his soul rest in peace, he left you with 120 million investment. What happened to that man? And the district was operating, but even if the district was operating by then, it had investment of 120 million. What happened such that you even went to an extent of spending 120 million CFO? How different are conditions under Ngangelizwe and now, such that you even went as far as spending 120 million rand? Chair, I think I dealt with issues that I wanted to attend to, Chair, but just Speaker must know that you are under oath, and this thing has a way of coming back.
Chair, thanks. Chair, I think we must remind our colleagues that part of the reason why the provincial municipality week is as well to make a follow-up from the visit of the NA Portfolio Committee on COCTA. Now, when the municipality appeared, I'm sure now it is known that you occupied, unfortunately, the headlines in the public discourse. Number one issue, which Honorable Musangu has covered me, is about the investment. What is the state of affairs now? Retrieving back after those conversations with the National Parliament, of course, together with us, because we were part of it. What is it that you have done in dealing with that matter? Because you were portrayed in a very negative way in the public discourse on the issue surrounding that investment. Perhaps today it will be an opportunity to unpack the perspective about a second issue, Chair, and the last. I'm not sure if it's related to the bloated structure, but I suspect not. There was an issue also about the role and responsibility of Lejweleputswa District Municipality. Not from the point of view of an academic requirement in terms of what is it that the law says the district must do or does, but it was on the basis that municipality is unable to provide services, because that's the impression created. I remember that we were alluding to the issues of the structure vis-a-vis the salaries, but quite importantly, the inability of the municipality to provide services as a result that whatever that you are being given as a conditional grant is only covering salaries. Chair, I beg for your indulgence that after the response, I will be happy that the chairperson of the audit committee also make an input on the matter. What is their understanding with regard to the two issues that came up during the interactions with the visit of the National Parliament? Unfortunately, the province of the Free State was painted otherwise as a result of the issues arising from the interaction with yourselves, Majoro. The famous, the special municipality. I don't know if it was taken out of context, but that's besides the point. The issue is the
the issues that we are raising, and we honestly are looking for an assurance. If that is still the state of affairs, how and when are you planning to turn the situation around such that the municipality subscribe to the philosophy of government of the people by the people? Otherwise, we can't exist simply to pay salaries. It's unjust in all manner of requirements. Thank you, Chair.
Over to you.
If I'm to go first, no, it was not my intention to derelict my duties and give them to the Speaker. I thought that maybe it was in relation to a question that was asked to him. Thank you very much. In terms of consequence management policy, the policy deals with UIFNW and normal transgression and misconduct in the municipality so that we can workshop our officials. When you see that there is a problem, and this problem is perpetual in some areas, it's normal to develop a policy that is not in contravention with the statutes of the country, but specifically zoom into some of the problems that are bedeviling you as an organization. It's normal, but it does not mean that it's a special policy that will be addressing issues that are different from those where a person transgresses or where you deal with misconduct. You deal with misconduct. As I've indicated, some of the people that we are charging now are already at the bargaining council. It means they've been dismissed. Some they have been demoted. Some written warnings were given to them. So we did not wait from July to date to do that. We have been dealing with consequence management. In terms of the bloated structure, we are not shifting goalposts.
I think we're going to take a long time. I referred to recovering part of it, and even issue of policy on procurement. I was just quoting it because that's what you said you were doing. The real issue here is about consequence management, because you are saying you took consequence management. I'm saying in line with section 32, subsection 2, which talks about recovery. How many amongst those did you manage to recoup the money? The question is about that.
No, thank you very much. It's a process. As we have indicated that matters were referred to the DC board, and we are expecting a report by the 28th of November. I think in my presentation I indicated that. Okay, should I move? On the bloated structure, I have already indicated that, okay, when I was saying that the problem is historical, it's after I thought that the honorable member was asking me, how did it happen that we find ourselves with 80% of the staff members? So as an MM who took over in 2023, I will say it's historical because I found those people there.
Chair, again, Chair. Through you, MM.
They have, in different departments, we have 4 departments. People are employed And one of the issues that I've raised sharply was that when powers and functions were devolved in 2005 and 2008, warm bodies were left behind. Okay, maybe I'll leave the CFO to deal with the investments. Suffice to say that because the municipality is not having any revenue that they are generating except for that revenue that they were generating in terms of money that they got from the investments. On a yearly basis, we have staff personnel where the salary band had already been concluded, wherein if it's for 3 years, and they agreed that they will be paying those people who are falling under in terms of the bargaining council. When their annual increases with 6%, and you get 2% in terms of your equity share, it's common cause that the equity share will not be sufficient to cater for all the activities that are taking place vis-a-vis the money for those employees, Section 56, 57, and also the salaries that have been increasing of the councillors. So that's how we found ourselves, because we are dependent on this equity share. We find ourselves in that situation. Maybe the CFO will fill me up where I left some gaps. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. On the issue of the investment, Chair, I'm not sure where the 120 million is coming from, because even the misinformation out there is that in one financial year, 120 million was spent. We've indicated, Chairperson, that as an institution, we are grant dependent. For some time now, over the years, the institution has relied on equitable share to perform its functions and duties. And like the accounting officer has indicated, while the equitable share increase that we normally receive is not in line with the salary increases. Unfortunately, over the years, this has caught up with the municipality, where we're now sitting with over 90% of salary bill versus the equitable share that has not been growing to a certain extent. Now, when we then do budgeting, Treasury will say that we should not adopt or approve unfunded budgets. With a salary bill at over 90%, Chairperson, you will then rely on other sources of income to support your budget to be funded. Lejweleputswa then used its investments to support the budget, to ensure that its budget is funded. The 120 was not spent in 1 year, it has been spent for over a period of time. As an example, Chairperson, in 2022-23 financial year, the institution had 90 million. With the budget at that for that financial year, I think the institution had a budget deficit of 48 million. So the deficit was then funded by that investment. It also happened in 23-24, because we finished the year with 60 million. Again, that year, we did not even increase our budget. Our budget remained at a minus 48 million. And then the previous financial year, we concluded the year at 45 million. The current year's budget is sitting at minus 21. So we've been using the investment to fund our budget. It's not that the budget was in one financial year used for some things that have not even been audited.
I think that the critical issue here is that in the previous years, when the investment was accumulated, what then became different that this investment had then to pay for what is salaries and the other things, which in the previous years that municipality was not pressured to an extent that now they have to go over to investment to fund expenditure. I think that's the context of the question.
Chair, in one financial year, there was a finding from Auditor General, and I think one of the committee members alluded to that finding, where AG had indicated that the municipality is not spending its funds in line with their KPAs. So basically what was happening there, the municipality was not spending money in line with the performance. So in trying to correct that finding, the KPAs that was then established for the institution, monies were put, or budget was put into those KPAs. We then spent money in line with those KPAs. I think the only difference here, which unfortunately we find ourselves in, is that the institution was able to have savings because they were not spending. But there's never been a point where the municipality had cash-backed funds out of savings at the end of the financial year, where everything would have been performed and every KPIs would have been achieved, which then later translated into a finding from AG. And I think if you look at the previous year's audit, there was no finding in relation to spending in line with the KPAs, because we had then dealt with that finding. Thank you, Chair.
So when when they say that the investment capital, which is not wrong, because municipality has got that authority and discretion to spend it wherever that they deem it fit. But when he says that it had to augment the budget, but which area was it spent to? Salaries or service delivery?
No, Chair, the budget, I would not want us to just focus on what is investment doing, because like I indicated, when we budget based on what we are having. So the money will be cut across all the departments, cut across all the operational issues that the institution is undertaking. So it's not necessarily that investment is paying for salaries or investment is paying for certain things. Investment money was part of the budget.
We won't finish here because answers that we're getting here are a bit problematic. I guess the finding comes from 2023-2024 audit report. that says you are not aligned, you have not aligned your budget with your KPAs or KPIs. KPAs. And Ngangelizwe, I think, was leading some time ago. And it has nothing, that finding of Auditor General has nothing to do with his leadership. And we're putting question to you. What is happening differently now under your leadership, the current leadership, such that the investment is affected? Because we had 120 and then we're told at some point there will be interest and then those interests will be used. Now you are beginning to spend and the money is depleted. We want to know. And this chair was asking the municipal manager to say, when you say this thing historical, this thing of structure is historical, and then you dismiss it that way, it means you are not intending to find a solution to the problem. For instance, we'll be saying, as South Africa, we have an equal society, we have high level of unemployment, we have poverty, and the whole thing is racialized. Why is it like that? It's because there was a systematic discrimination during apartheid and colonization. So if MM can't be able to comprehend what happened within 10 years or so, and is dismissing what happened within 5 years to 10 years back as something that is historical, and which is not even interested in knowing how it happened, how will you find a solution to your problems? Because you don't know what caused your problems, and you are not interested in knowing what caused your problems. And I'm asking you, I asked you for the second time, you continue to dismiss me. It means this municipality will not be able to resolve its problems because the chief administrator is not prepared to know what is happening in that municipality. Thanks, Chair.
I think what to deal with this matter, I've requested that the recommendations from the audit committee to the have the action plan, and that action plan be submitted to the committee. And secondly, there be a clear human resource plan. It shouldn't just be resolutions to say when we have vacancies, we are not going to fill them, without dealing with the issue of skills and also of a job redesign, which ultimately must go to the question of restructuring, because they will go step by step until you deal with the issue of the structure, the restructuring, so that you then close the holes in the structure. That's why we then have to combine that with submission of the structure with names. So that human resource plan must then clearly indicate, especially as it has been mentioned, that 30 people at the level where they can go to on pension anytime. How does the human resource plan deal with that? So that we then have a clear plan which may span over years, depending on what you have in your human resource. I think that will deal adequately, practically, with the questions that have been raised, so that we see these things in practice. Majuro, I don't want you to say anything if you don't have anything to say. If you don't have anything to say, I close.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there's somewhere that I was requested, Chair, that I must withdraw the previous administration issue. So I would like to withdraw that part that I've said. The last issue, Chair, that I think with your advice, I think as a municipality, we need to go back and make sure that we do and we report back. There's a question that was raised that I think, Chairperson, we didn't do justice on it on the website, which was, we had some difficulties even in the portfolio. We reported that we had some difficulties with the service providers that were there, and until we got the one that we appointed in April. But we will submit that part of when is the contract ending. And Chairperson, I think also the last one is on the issue of what are we doing. I think on the revenue projection, there are some issues that we have raised as a municipality that we were busy doing to change the scenario in the municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
That report on the website should include the work done by the company on the issue of the website. Is it maintenance? Is it design? All the work that those companies are doing. It may be that it's companies contracted for something, and that's why in terms of what people may see in accessing the website, it does not give satisfactory information. It may be that the company contracted is not contracted to do a certain service that must update the website. Maybe just to get that information on what is it that they're doing. And without wasting time, Majoro, let's have the agency giving us a 15 minutes presentation so that we can understand what the agency is doing.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to you and to the House at large. In response to the questions that I was asked, I just compiled this short presentation. They touch around 4 issues: financial status and audit outcomes, mitigation strategies and action plan implementation, oversight and progress reporting, and the last part is just the conclusion that I added. The first one is measures implemented to address recurrent audit findings. The question was, the LDA received an unqualified audit opinion with findings for the financial year end 30 June 2024. In response to persistent audit findings on internal controls dating back to 2020-2021, the agency has implemented several corrective measures to strengthen financial management and governance systems, and we have applied that in the following 4 bullet points. We've eliminated prepayments. The agency no longer processes any prepayments following the instances of delayed invoicing and payments. Invoice management controls, we've applied a date stamp system that's been introduced to ensure timely receipt of accurate dating and supply invoices. We've implemented an asset management enhancement mechanisms. An updated asset register has been implemented with barcode and picture tracking to prevent duplicate or omissions. We also took it a step further by implementing physical asset verification that occurs biannually instead of once a year. Just to add on that, the picture tracking thing is actually working quite well for us because we can then check the barcodes if they do correspond with the pictures. We've also implemented strengthened internal controls by applying regular monitoring, segregation of duties, and document retention procedures that have been enforced to ensure audit trail integrity. B was touching on reducing reliance on municipal and grant funding. We recognize that there's a need to diversify our revenue streams and reduce dependency on municipal transfer and grant funding. And to this end, the following strategic interventions are underway. We're following an asset utilization mechanism to engage local municipalities on the possibility of transferring or leasing land, government farms, municipal buildings to the entity for the development of income generation projects. To this extent, we have MOUs with all the local municipalities and we have submitted direct asset requests for the individual assets that we want. The second one is public-private partnerships to establish partnerships across all 5 local municipalities to co-develop catalytic projects, including student housing, conversions, light industry manufacturing precincts. For example, we've developed the Machabeng Enterprise Industrial Park, phase 1 of it, through funding from the DTIC. And we're also looking at tourism ventures aimed at gathering sustainable income for the entity and in turn the municipality. The third one, risk mitigation, conducting financial risk assessments to identify cost savings opportunities such as reduced rental expenses and leveraging municipal assets to attract investors. This goes well with the second one as well. Then the fourth one, transactional advisor support. Because of our capacity at the entity, we rely a lot on external transactional advisors to accelerate our business process development and ensuring that we have a stronger political administrative buy-in to fast-track implementation. Number C, letter C, oversight enhancement on going concern measures. The AG often raises this, and these are the following mechanisms that we followed. Municipal Public Account Committee and the newly appointed Audit Committee now provides direct oversight and submit quarterly reports to the LDA as well as the LDA board. The Audit Committee comes as a shared service from the parent municipality. The second one, quarterly stress testing process of going concern assumption has been introduced to assess the liquidity and operational sustainability of the entity. The third one, continuous engagement with the parent municipality to ensure short-term financial support while the LDA builds capacity to become self-sustaining. The fourth one, structural reforms proposal is under consideration to restructure the LDA to become a dual share ownership model instead of just an entity that's owned by the parent municipality. We believe in this quite strongly because with this being applied, then the LDA can directly work on the assets of the local municipalities that will then be our shareholder. D, asset committee functionality and impact on internal controls. The following we have applied: implementation of a 3-year rolling audit plan and an annual internal audit plan aligned to the risk areas. The second one, strengthened collaboration between the district's internal audit unit and the LDA with dedicated auditors of the agency's operations, audits of the agency's operations. The third one, regular reporting to the board and the board's committees, as well as the AGSA to ensure transparency and accountability, and ongoing engagement with the parent municipality to assess budgetary constraints for audit fees and formal requests submitted for financial assistance. The fifth one, internal audit function remains understaffed, as alluded to it being a shared domain between the parent municipality and the LDA. So we need to conduct a skills audit. A skills audit has been proposed to ensure adequate capacity in the LDA's compliance and finance units. Then the second one was, the second question was touching on mitigation strategies and action plan implementation. Addressing non-compliance and supply chain management gaps. We've prioritized strengthening compliance with key legislation of the supply chain management regulations through the following interventions: conducting annual SCM audits in consultation with the provincial treasury and the national treasury, ensuring all contract extensions are approved by the board committees and the board prior of them being implemented. But obviously there's another step to this. They also have to be tabled to council so that they can be adopted and approved. Developing a training framework to capacitate 80% of our staff on SCM regulations and evidence management pending budget allocation. This we try and do without spending a cent, because we rely a lot on the trainings that are given to us by the provincial treasury. And participation of district-led or province-led procurement and governance workshops to ensure continuous alignment with legislative requirements. B, management of unspent capital grants and joint implementation with the district. This is with respect to the 600,000 conditional grant that was given to the agency by the IDC a couple years ago. We had made a decision to pause the spending on that grant because we're still busy with finishing the construction of the Machabeng Enterprise Industrial Park building that would have ICT hub. So we wanted to then spend that money towards that program where the new ICT hub would be. And then the other one, the agency has formally disclosed this to the board, its committees, and the parent municipality, as well as AGSA when they were conducting the audit. C, implementation of a three-year turnaround strategy. We have a 3-year turnaround strategy that is currently being implemented, focusing on financial sustainability and operational reform. Progress highlights include alignment of the business plan with the SDBIP that we have, ongoing benchmarking with other development agencies to identify viable revenue models. This also comes in terms of us proposing a restructuring of the entity, because we realize that other entities work in a certain fashion and we want to adopt that as well. Development of staff capacity building programs to enhance performance and service delivery, and introduction of key performance indicators to monitor deficit reduction with strategic objectives of achieving break-even status by 2026 and 2027 financial year. The third one is oversight and progress reporting, performance reporting and data verification. To address these issues of incomplete performance data affecting approximately 20% of our targets, we seek to implement the following. Introduce a quarterly performance monitoring dashboard to ensure complete and verifiable reporting. We do this to the T, individual by individual, unit by unit, and then across the entire agency. Implementation of staff training on performance management and evidence collection. Strengthening alignment between our SDBIP operational plans and performance indicators to ensure audit readiness. And the last one, positive feedback has already been received from the oversight committee, particularly the audit committee, on our recent quarterly reports that we've submitted. B is monitoring of post-audit action plan and external peer review. We have institutionalized formal mechanisms for post-audit monitoring and external review. The first one is the board committees that we have. We have a committee for finance and investment, audit and risk that comes from shared service, remuneration and social ethics, and we now conduct quarterly reviews on our post-audit implementation progress. The second one is a tracking register that has been developed to monitor the AGSA finding, internal audit recommendations and corrective actions. We also make use of the systems that are afforded to us by the provincial treasury. And then the result of the scheduled external peer review is aimed at validating governance and performance improvements, will be presented to the legislature during the 2025 and 2026 financial year. In conclusion, the Lejweleputswa Development Agency acknowledges the challenges identified by the oversight structure, and we remain committed to improving governance, compliance, and sustainability. Through strengthened collaboration with the district municipality and all our local municipalities, we aim to reposition ourselves as a financially stable, well-governed, and impact-driven development entity serving the district as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether the audit committee that oversees the performance of the agency is the same audit committee. Is it the same that?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. The purpose of the institution. The purpose of the institution in relation to what obtains on the ground is the agency serving its purpose.
Well, Chairperson, the agency is under-resourced. And maybe the CEO was supposed to also speak to that. Do they have funds to do developmental projects other than the one or two projects that you spoke about, which are funded externally, as you heard one from the IDT or ES? So it wholly depends on the district municipality, which we know is financial status. And it was supposed to be jump-started and let go so that it can engage in economic activities that will develop the region and that will make it sustainable. So that we wake up one day, the district does not have to pay the salary of the CEO and the staff, and they actually generate money that they can even fund some operational activities of the district for the benefit of all the 5 municipalities. But for now, the strain that the district is going through, it's a flip side of what the agency is going through. Thanks.
I'm keeping quite thinking about the jumpstart. You know that this agency has been there for quite some time. It has been changing names. That's why I'm talking about the purpose and what the agency is doing. That the agency has been living parasitically on the district for many years. Maybe there are some recommendations. Maybe it can't be now, but interacting with the agency, what can be the recommendations that you throw to the agency to be able to fulfill its purpose, but be self-sustainable? Because now it lives parasitically on an ailing institution. If the process is not arrested, it may kill this patient with the passage of time. That, for instance, there has to be a way of saying, we have a 5-year plan, And these are the critical goals that we want to achieve in these 5 years. Whose aim, particularly, is to be self-sustainable while pushing developmental programs. And I just wanted to make that introduction so that as we members engage with the development agency, they then remember the mission of the institution, that Tlute, Me Harekwe, Me Nanyani, that Msimanga.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just adding to what you just spoke about. You know, we can only understand what was reported now if you understand the function of this agency, what it is that they're supposed to be doing. So, in layman's terms, to LDA, what is it that you are supposed to be doing? Because I hear about asset utilization and triple P establishments, etc. But give us something tangible, a project or a service that has impacted the 5 municipalities in the district. And then let's put it this question this way as well. You can answer this as well. If you are to close your doors tomorrow, what impact will that have? Will you be missed by communities in the Free State? I think that's what I want to know. If you close your doors tomorrow, what will the impact thereof be in the province? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to check regarding the unspent IDC grant of 600,000. What mechanism were in place to ensure transparency and accountability in the decision to hold expenditure and relocate the ICT hub? And where this mechanism followed to prevent any potential misuse or misallocation of funds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Chairperson, on management of unspent capital grant, the agency said they are going to align their business plan with the SDP. So I just want to check, because each and every municipality, they have their own SDP. And the SDP, it's approved by the mayor. So I just want to check with them how they are going to align their, their capital grant with the SDP of the district or of all the municipalities. I just want to get that extension. Thank you.
Dr. Msimanga.
Thanks, Chair. 2022-2023 financial year, we're told, you'll confirm, 1.8 million went on UIF, you unauthorized irregular and fruitless expenditure. How much of that money did you manage to recover? Was there any consequence management? We're interested in consequence management because we are talking public purse. will from time to time talk consequence management. Consequence management will be the word of the day in this platform. And what were reasons? Because I'm told your budget was about 4 million or 7 million. You'll correct me. But if your budget indeed is 7 million, 30% of that budget goes on unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless expenditure. Do you have proper structure such that is able to respond to the problems that you are facing? The other thing, Chair, that I will want to check, can we get a clear indication as to whether what happened with Zedar Mahabani project? What were the challenges? How did you manage to address them? How far it is, that project? I think I'm covered because I wanted to understand with other areas, how far are you? But the other thing that I want to check with you, because it's like you are solely relied on Lejweleputswa district municipality. Have you been applying for funds from other funding agencies in the country and departments? Have you maybe solicited funds from other international potential donors before? And what was their response? According to them, is this LDA, this agency, viable for the particular purpose? Thanks, Chair.
Chair, if I might just add two questions. I want to know what the budget of the agency is and what's your cost of employment as well. Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you, CEO. Additional to that is the
issue of board.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Chair, I just didn't record the last one in terms of the board.
Do you still have a board? Is it within its mandate? Is it functional? If you have challenges, what are the challenges and how do you intend on resolving them moving forward? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first one, the purpose of the agency. I think I welcome this question very much because normally that's how one always starts the presentation, just by articulating the purpose of the agency. But this question is also asked in tandem with if we are not to exist anymore, will we be missed? So I'll answer it as such. I think the purpose of the agency really is to implement catalytic projects. By catalytic projects, we mean projects that actually unlock the economic potential of the region. We attempted to do this by implementing the Machabeng Industrial Park Enterprise Project, which is a 49 million rand project that we received a sponsorship from the DTI, a grant from the DTI, to actually build this enterprise industrial park as phase one. And why I stress phase one is that we intend to then, on behalf of Machabeng, run the facility. So get in tenants, operate the facility, as well as the workshops at the back, but also use that to catalyze phase two of the precinct, which is to now develop a bigger light industry precinct on other land that belongs to Machabeng, just adjacent to where we've built this industrial park. The question being, will we be missed if we were to close? I think the agency would be missed, because when you look at Lejweleputswa and the problems that we might have as the district municipality, not having our powers and functions and so forth, the agency is actually instrumental at responding to that. it's the only port of alternative revenue that you can actually generate in Lejweleputswa. By having a powerful LDA that's well resourced and well functioning, you can then unlock the economic potential of the district by implementing a number of these catalytic projects in different municipalities. Hence, what we did when we arrived at the agency last year was to go to each and every local municipality, agree on the level of the MMs in an MOU that we had anticipated will then be tabled to the different councils, so that the agency is then given the powers to then work on the different assets of the local municipalities. Unfortunately, that has not happened as yet. Hence, we are trying to now take it a step further by actually reconfiguring the ownership of the LDA to be a multi-municipal owned agency. That will then allow us, because we know that local municipalities don't have money. It's a reality, it's a fact. It's not the money aspect that we're looking at when we're looking at strengthening the LDA, but the potential that can come from the assets that come from local municipalities that we can then use to implement catalytic projects. So yes, we will be missed if we are to close, because we will very much miss the economic potential that the LDA has. Now go to the third one, unspent IDC grant and the process. I think we made mention of the process that we followed in terms of that grant. Look, it wasn't working out for us to spend 600,000 implementing or buying tools and equipment on an old ICT hub, knowing very well that we are renovating a bigger, better ICT hub, and we could then take that budget and utilize it into that ICT hub. So we presented this to our committees at board, and by the way, it's the first time ever that the LDA ever has subcommittees of the board. So we presented this to subcommittees of the board. We then tabled it at the board, and as soon as then we got the green flag, we presented it at MACO to the municipality as to what we are doing. When AG came, we showed AG the process that was followed, and it being a transparent process that was followed that didn't allow for any sort of misuse of the grant. And the fourth one goes in terms of our SDP. Sorry, I couldn't really follow it, but I think what you're asking is how would we then align the usage of that grant with our SDBIP? It was part of the SDBIP. So what we did is we just adjusted our SDBIP when we were given an opportunity to, and we made the AG aware that we would not be spending this grant. And then the UIF of 1.8 million is true. We had that UIF of 1.8. The question is, how much did we recover? We tabled this through a very strenuous process to our MPEC, and they made, I think they made their own investigation as well, and we are waiting for the report from MPEC in terms of what are they going to do with that. What sort of mechanisms should we follow in terms of that UIF? But from the previous one, what we did is wherever we saw our own employees having had a recourse in terms of this UIF, we just merely sort of recovered the money from their salaries. So that's standard practice that we have been doing in the LDA. But we believe that part of this UIF was issues that should not have been there. So we raised it as well, and we presented it at our MPEC. The MPEC chairperson is here as well, so you can ask just for follow-up. And then the reasons of the UIF, I think he can also articulate them. We can also supply a report showing the entire UIF register, because at the end of the register, we then articulate the reasons. And then what happened with ZR Mahabani, I think I've also made a presentation to the municipality with regards to ZR Mahabani. It was started wrong, totally incorrect, the way that we tried doing ZR Mahabani. ZR Mahabani was envisioned to be a project that actually creates a brick manufacturing enterprise in Masilonyane that would then supply the municipality with paving bricks and so forth. But it ended up being owned by a local cooperative that did not have the competency to actually drive the project. And the second one, they didn't even have tools of trade. They were using manual machines to actually try and manufacture these bricks, which was not optimal. So we stopped that process. We then looked at how we can do the project a bit better. So we purchased some tools to fix the electric brick manufacturing machine that was there. The unfortunate thing with Zetar Mahabani is there's consistent vandalism in Masilonyane. That site has been vandalized 3 or 4 times in the current year. And as currently the site is closed because it had been vandalized and there's no electricity. So we asked if we could get a long-term lease from the municipality so that we are able to raise external capital to then get a professional company to partner with the cooperative and get the project started. And then have we applied for funding? We've applied for funds through the different DFIs, IDC, with requests for funding from the DBSA. In fact, the DBSA has now a forum called the South African Development Finance Institution Forum that we are part of. We however, are hesitant to go full on in terms of our fundraising drive because of what I've mentioned. The LDA will not function and will never function until the LDA is owned by all local municipalities. Because in the current setup, the LDA is owned by the parent municipality, which is the district municipality, which also has no assets. So we have no assets to work on. So if we could reconfigure the LDA to be owned by these local municipalities, we can have long-term access to assets, we could notarize the assets, we can put them on our balance sheet, and we can go to the external market and successfully raise funding. So that's our entire thing that we've been trying to get to from last day until now. But we have applied unsuccessfully. Yeah, as soon as we can sort out those issues, I think our applications would be successful because there's a lot of assets that have a lot of economic potential in Lejweleputswa. And then the budget of the LDA is roughly on average 8 million year on year, just on average. And I think 80% of that budget currently goes to staff salaries. It goes to salaries. Pardon? Pardon, Chair, through you? Oh, yeah, 80% of that, give or take.
The problem is that you're not responding to me. You are responding to people who are commenting. If you can look at me, you will not hear what they're saying.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, my apologies. I'm quite new at this. So yeah, so around about 80% of that goes to salaries. And do you still have a board? Yes, we still have a board. The board's term is ending at the end of this month. So yeah, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I think as a take home, that's why these questions about the purpose is that what you are presenting and what the LED should be doing of municipalities are the same. That if the Mzamai is heading the LED in Lejweleputswa as compared to running a parasitic institution to the district, you'd see something different. Because why this question is because if you look at the landscape of the province, where there are no agencies like this, Lejweleputswa is no different from those districts. And I'm sure that's why the hesitancy of locals to embrace the agency, with the fear that in no time, their responsibility of local economic development will be usurped by this agency as a way of, it's like privatizing your responsibility as a municipality. I think those are the issues that the district and the agency must seriously discuss. Machabeng has just had an investment summit last week. Outside this agency, and what is critical is that if you say that it's affiliated to institution of development finance, I don't know whether it's going to deal with development finance in the future, competing with FDC. What do we see as the future of this institution? That's why I'm worried, because what I see is that we are trying to find a reason why it should exist. We are trying very hard to find a reason why it should exist. That's why we end up having the institution affiliating to the development finance, whatever institution is that. It then goes to the issue of why do we need this agency? If those responsibilities done by the agency are done by a unit on LED in the municipality, what difference will there be, or something negative that will be felt by the district? And this is in comparison to other districts that does not have the development agency. You look at Lejweleputswa, development, infrastructure development that is happening there. It happens without the agency. Tawamufutsanyana, the same. So I think those are the discussions that you must take back home, discuss further, because we are still going to meet with you. This is not the last time that we meet with you. We are going to make follow-up in relation to the issues that you have raised, and also what members have raised, so that we can see progress in relation to your performance, both financially and otherwise, so that at least the institution can have impact moving forward as a district council. And I would like to release you.
Chair, I suspected that you are making a summary, but I wanted to check. You have FDC in the province. You have this institution, LTA. Do you have a working relationship such that as a entrepreneur, I don't apply to you and put the same plan to FDC, and you find that FDC is funding me, you are funding me. As a result, other entrepreneurs are not accommodated. They are not funding business. Okay. The other issue, Chair, I wanted to check. We have district development modeling. Aren't you doing the same work that is done by district development modeling? Aren't you a duplicate of what a district development model stands for? And if you are, why should you continue to exist? Maybe the last thing that I must check, in fact, I must comment here on, at least the CEO here is able to take responsibility. And it's a good quality of leadership, unlike what we saw from MA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, you've also touched on it a bit, Chair. This reminds me of when we undertook a micro economic analysis of the LDA. It is indeed a quasi monopoly because we tend to implement the same sort of services that an LED of a municipality would implement. But with a more advanced approach given to us by the MFMA Section 10, to now have this SPV that is created by the municipality to wholly focus on that function. And that's what makes us a bit different. The problem was, and it's still the problem currently, that the LDA has been trying to now approach this function by providing public good services, which don't make money. But its mandate is to undertake projects that actually make money, that derive a revenue. So should, I can put it in this way, I do not think that the province in its entirety has ever experienced an entity on a district level, development entity on a district level, the nature of the LDA. When we've benchmarked this with other development agencies outside of the province, we've realized that should an entity have assets that it works on, should an entity have an ownership model that empowers it, it pretty much works out possibly quite well. The problem is you have not had that at the LDA. And should we be given that opportunity to be empowered with such, I have no doubt in my mind that you would see a different LDA, an LDA that can also inspire other districts to then follow this approach. There is maybe development in other pockets of other districts in the province, but I don't see them. And hence, we need entities such as the LDA to perform these functions. So to also answer the question, we are rather an enhancement of the DDM because we are a key role player in the DDM, which is an operational entity that is on the ground that could land projects that unlock economic potential. So we don't compete within the DDM space, but we are a stakeholder and part and parcel of the model. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, that's why I was saying that you haven't demonstrated something different from the responsibilities of the LED, because you see, if you were established in a district with a whole lot of assets that it must run, where a district then decides to establish this agency that must run these assets and account to the municipality. But now, this was not the case with this one. This one has been in existence, changing names for a whole lot of, many years, but depending entirely on the district council. So that's why I'm just saying, go back, really redefine this role in relation to the LEDs, because we really want the LEDs to function. And part of it, why people will then invoke the issue of the DDM, is that in terms of the one plan, if all municipalities have to submit all the catalytic projects under one basket and as one plan, those municipalities departments are responsible for implementation of those catalytic projects appearing on the on the one plan, not agency. So that's why I'm saying I still believe that you still have to go back and redefine why the agency should exist, distinct from the LEDs. I think it's the responsibility of the district council and also of the agency. Honorable members, I want to release and dismiss Lejweleputswa. Please leave us in peace, not in pieces.
Good afternoon to the Nala Municipality. Before we start, I just want to introduce the members. I think members should quickly just introduce themselves, starting with Honorable McKay this side.
My name is David McKay. I'm a member of this committee.
Good evening, Dilandi Leach, member of this committee.
My name is Nolita Ndungane. I'm a member of this committee.
Mulifi Foko, member of the committee.
Honorable Nanyani, member of the committee.
Good evening, Tabisan Kharekwa, member of the committee. Thank you.
And my name is Armand Kluter. You'll see that this is a joint portfolio committee between, we call it governance and ProPac. Just to introduce as well, we have officials from Kochta here, to officials from Treasury, as well as the Human Rights Commission. I know a lot about you, but I don't know everything about you. Is it the mayor? Thank you, ma'am. Can you just maybe introduce your team? And then we can do the oaths on the administration of thereof, and then we can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good evening to yourself, Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Nozlilo Mashia. I'm the mayor of Nala. I am with the Speaker of Nala,
Councillor Mutibi, on my far right, and I am with the Councillor Dikele Diswarboy, the chairperson of Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the lady next sitting next to the speaker, and then the gentleman sitting next to the chairperson of MPEC is the chief whip. His name is Councillor Mkondwani, Bengu Mkondwani. And on my far left, I am with Mr. Mutsima, Acting Director, Corporate Services from COCTA. And then next to me is Mr. Amos Goliath, the administrator, designated in Nala as per section 1391B of the Constitution of the Republic. Pardon me, Chair. I didn't see Mr. Amos Goliath is on my immediate right. And then on my immediate left is Mr. Sekonyela Lejweleputswa, the municipal manager of Nala. Thank you very much. Chair.
I actually wondered because I tried to remember Mr. Goliath when we saw him earlier this year, and he didn't look like that. So thank you very much for that clarity. We're going to go through the oaths or the affirmations. So can I just make sure is the chairperson of the audit committee here today? The chairperson of the audit committee is because he was invited, he or she's been invited.
Chair, we will talk to it as we are presenting.
Okay.
Yes.
That will be part of your
Yes,
discussions. Thank you
thank
very
you.
much. Let's start with the, okay, so the municipal manager. And then we go through the rest. Thank you very much. Is the CFO here?
The chairperson, the CFO is off sick. He's not with us today. His name is Mr. Muchela Likitlani.
Members, the CFO is not here. I would like to get your engagement on this. Yeah, let's have a discussion because we were looking for a full team to be able to answer questions, and the CFO is vital because there are many financial questions on this municipality. So let's see the hands. Honorable Ndungane, Honorable Leach, and Honorable Makai.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome, Nalam Municipality, led by the Mayor. I think, Chair, let's get an understanding why the CFO is not here. But also, in relation to that, we also need to be consistent. Because with other municipalities, when we had one of the key role players not present, then we did not continue. So I'm just saying, so can we just first get clarity on that, and then the chair would then obviously make a ruling on that. Thank you.
Honorable Leach.
I'm covered, thank you.
Covered, thank you.
I just want to make sure from our committee coordinator, Jackie, did we receive any apology in writing from the CFO? So for the record, that's a no. Mayor, in the past 2 weeks, we have not allowed municipalities to make presentations if you're not a full team. And considering that we are dealing with financial matters, the CFO is a pinnacle in all the questions we are going to have. So my ruling is going to be that we're not going to sit with you today, but we do have a session on Friday. Will you be able to, can you commit that your whole team will be here on Friday? if you need time to discuss it, because I know it's going to maybe influence your calendar, but we would like to sit with you on Friday.
No, thank you, Chair. Pardon me, I was just trying to.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
To consult because I'm informed that the CFO is diabetic. So I would only be able to account for the team which is here, that we are committing ourselves if we were rescheduled for Friday. And further than that, we are committing for CFO if his situation improves. I'm not sure, are you saying he's hospitalized or is out of hospital, Chair, through you, Chair?
Yes, please. Maybe you can continue.
Okay, thanks, Honorable Mayor. Yes, Honorable Mayor, I spoke to him on my way down here. They put a drip on him in terms of the information that I got from him. So let's hope that he will be released anytime soon. Thank you.
Today is Tuesday. Okay. And we're sitting on Friday. I just quickly want to get my act together. Okay. I think that basically the ruling is we're not going to sit with you now. If you can maybe, municipal manager, by tomorrow afternoon, please. This is not a request. I beg you, just or just give us feedback through Jackie, so we know with what the situation with the CFO is, so that we can arrange for a next date as soon as possible. If not Friday, we'll make time through another meeting. But please let Jackie know, our committee coordinator, what the situation is tomorrow, so that we can plan ahead in that regard. Okay, Mayor, you understand my ruling. Like I said, it's important that we do have the CFO here. So unfortunately, we will not sit with you. And but thank you for being here, and we will discuss further arrangement within the next few days.
Thank you very much, Chair, and members of the committee. I understand we're in your hands, and we will keep on monitoring and the situation. I will make sure that the MM speaks with Ms. Jackie to make sure that at least at our earliest convenient time, we're able to present ourselves before you. Thank you very much.
Okay. But do avail the rest of yourselves. Look, we can even, if needs be, that we can arrange for the CFO to connect virtually, although it's not necessarily what I want, but at least we have that idea. We can look at that as well. So about tomorrow afternoon, please just give us feedback on that. Okay.
Progressive. Thanks, Chair.
And you will speak about the audit. Just quickly, you will discuss the chairperson of the audit committee when you are sitting with us. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we can let Tswelopele in. Thank you. I don't think they have. I think that's what I'm going to say. Because I was Good evening, Mayor, and to the team of Tswelopele. I'm just going to quickly allow members to introduce themselves, starting at my right, and we go through to the left, and then we'll discuss further how we're going to deal with this. But just from my right to my left as well. Thank you, please. You start. You start.
My name is Malfani Msimanga, member of this committee of PROPEC.
I'm David Mackay, member of this committee.
Dilandi Leach, member of the committee.
Honorable Nolita Ndungane, member of the committee.
Good evening, Honorable Ntabiseng Kgarekwe, member of the committee.
The chairperson of PROPAC was just excused a few minutes ago. My name is Armand Kluter. I'm chairperson of the Governance Portfolio Committee. It's a joint committee today. So that's why we have two chairpersons. Also, we have officials from COCTA here, as well as Treasury and the Human Rights Commission. And we also have the Auditor General. I think she's still here. She's still here. So they are also here just to give us support on questions we have. Honourable or Councillor Mayor, please introduce yourselves and your team, and give us the titles of everyone as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Kinalema Mpukunzi, the Mayor of Tswelopele. Next to me is the Acting Municipal Manager, Mr. Sabata Rabanye. Next to him is the Speaker of the Council, Ms. Musabinyana Raseu. Next to her, it's Councillor Manso Radienyana, the member of EXCO. Next to Councillor Radienyana, it's Councillor Sidumedi Khaibei, the chairperson of the MPEC. Next to Councillor Sidumedi is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Tabiso Mateson. Last but not least is the Technical Director, Mr. Lebohang Malokas. Thank you so much, Chair.
Also part of the people invited was the chairperson of the Audit Committee.
Oh, I forgot, he is here. The only thing that happened, he went to pick up his car from the Fofratstad. Yeah, he's gonna be here.
Excellent, no, that's fine, thank you very much. We're going to go through the oaths and affirmations, so Ms. Posaletsu, you can continue, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Acting good evening. May you please stand for me? Please switch on your mic. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation? Okay. An oath or an affirmation? Oath. And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record. Please speak into the mic.
My name is Sabata Samuel Rabanye.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. CFO, good evening.
Good evening.
So will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
An oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Tabiso Matese.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Speaker, between you and the municipal manager, you have 15 minutes. So you can start with opening remarks, but we want to limit your time to 15 minutes to make the presentation. Whereafter we will then stop you and then allow members to engage with this municipality. So you can start and make your opening remarks and give over to the municipal manager or whomever is going to do the presentation. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, Tswelopele Municipality, it's in the district of Lejweleputswa. We are a collective executive municipality. We have 3 members in the EXCO, myself as the chairperson, Councillor Radinyan as a member of EXCO. We've got a public accounts committee as an MPEC chaired by Councillor Khaibes Dumedi. It has its own members. We also have an audit committee that is a joint committee with risk committee that is chaired by the Ndate Dina Mabunda, who's also the chairperson of the audit committee at the Lejweleputswa district municipality, but it's not a shared service. We are on our own. Lejweleputswa is on their own. We've got also financial misconduct board that has been appointed by council. We in the last audit cycle we we received an unqualified audit report with matters of emphasis, Chair. And Tswelopele has been getting the unqualified audit report for the past years since our inception in 2021. We are in the process of the audit cycle right now. We submitted our AFS on time on the 30th of August this year. So we believe that the audit outcomes gonna change a chairperson, and the council is doing fairly well. We sit as per the schedule of council. EXCO sit on a monthly basis to peruse the mandate of EXCO, that is your section 71 report and any other report, and report equally to the council on a quarterly basis, except when there are special council meetings that are required by council, we then report to council. We then have the different departments. You've got your corporate services department that is head by Mr. Rabanya as a team municipal manager. You've got the department of the municipal manager. You've got the department of the chief financial officer. You've got the department of technical department. Then equally, we've got the community services department in our municipality. Those are the departments that we have. Underneath the corporate services, we've got HR and legal services. Those are the departments. You've got IT and other departments under those. And then you've got technical services. In the past, the organogram of Tswelopele has to change. The community services, which is supposed to deal with your wastewater and everything, has to go to technical department. But because of the pro rata organogram that has been introduced through assistant of COCTA, from the 1st of July next year, the community services will take over some of the responsibilities that were actually executed by technical services department. Technical will only be left with water and electricity as the key functions of that particular department. LED will also be under community services, but will also be introducing another directorate of planning, because currently planning falls under community services. In terms of the pro rata organogram, it says that the directorate of LED and planning must fall under its own directorate. So those are the things that I can present, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you. May, before you continue, can you just explain to us why the municipal manager is acting, so that we understand as well? Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. The municipal manager of Tswelopele was appointed last year. He's on suspension. The process of suspension is ongoing. The council appointed through the municipal disciplinary processes, appointed a service provider that will deal, because all of us, we know that the municipal manager account to the mayor, but the mayor report to council. So we took the report to council. Then the council put the municipal manager on suspension, on a precautionary suspension. He was given a platform to present why he has not to be suspended, but the council felt him that his reasoning was not enough. Then it goes to an extent that he was suspended. The case was set last week. The first hearing was last week, so it's still ongoing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Municipal Manager, please continue.
Thank you, Chair. The mayor have actually said a lot in relation to the stableness of the municipality. I just want to emphasize that as the municipality, we are working as a team. There is a good relationship between the administration and the political head. Like the mayor said, the council is sitting as normally do. We hold those political interface between the administration and the political office, whereby we deal with issues which actually affect the municipality. We also have those committees, like for instance, the LLF, those which dealing with issues of employees. Those are sitting quarterly as well, where we address issues of the employees. There we only bargain on issues which affect the employees at the local level. Issues like condition of service, salaries, and so on, those are reserved for the bargaining council. So in terms of the administration, we are doing fairly well. Our financial situation is actually sound. We pay service providers timeously. We don't have any issues in relation to service providers. the projects, also we implement the project in terms of the conditions which are actually stipulated by the MIC, RBIC, and other funders. So the municipality also is dependent on grants. We are 2 towns, which is Hoopstad and Belfontein, with the population in the region of 50 or 55,000. So in terms of services and payment of services, in the white towns, previously white towns, the majority of people are still paying. The electricity in the previously white-owned towns is the responsibility of the municipality. In the previously disadvantaged towns, we are dependent on ESCOM. ESCOM is a supplier of the electricity. So in terms of payment levels, yes, we are in the region of 60 to 70 in terms of payment. In terms of salaries, our salary bill is in the region of 34%. So we are having a total number of currently of around 258 employees. In terms of our staff establishment, it's in the region of 331 in terms of the establishment. So currently we want to actually phase in, because now there are positions which are not filled in. The positions at the lower level service delivery positions, we want to prioritize those so that we can actually deliver services in all areas. In terms of the administration, all the position, municipal manager, even though it's, like the mayor said, is on suspension, all those positions has been filled in. Managers, finance department is fully capacitated. So basically I can say the municipality is functional, but we need to pay attention on service delivery issues. I thank you, Chair.
Mayor?
Chair, thanks. The chairperson of the audit committee has just joined us, is Mr. Dina Rana Komabunda. Thank you, Chair.
He's an old face. Thank you. Okay, so that's basically, that's quick. And I think we actually expected this. So let's open the floor for discussions and questions. Honorable McKay, okay, let's start on my right. And then we go to that side. So please continue and get the questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, that's an advantage of sitting on a site. At least this time I'm seated in a proper site, because every time you always start that side and you come this side. Let me acknowledge the presentation made by the collective leadership of Tswelopele. It seems to be an organized municipality. I can see there's a lot of confidence, Chair. And they made a nice presentation, straightforward. I have the following questions, Chair, to ask. I heard when the executive mayor was making the mayor, not executive, the mayor when was making presentation, she said they got unqualified audit opinion with findings, almost nearer to clean audit. Will it be unfair? Okay, let me put this question this way. A person who was auditing you, Mayor, is now your supply chain manager, was auditing you 2023, 2024, is now a supply chain manager of Tswelopele. Maybe to put it clearly so that everyone understands, this person comes from Auditor General's office. And then he audited you, you got unqualified audit opinion. He's now a supply chain manager. Your own systems, then led by now acting MM. They have said the candidate has 12 years of work experience, which is not related to supply chain management. will it be unfair of me to say your unqualified audit opinion is questionable? Because the person who was doing this is now a supply chain manager. And even on your recommendations, as you continue to interview, there was this view that he doesn't meet the requirements, even though he has 12 years. That 12 years has nothing to do with supply chain management experience. Will it be unfair of me to say this audit, unqualified audit opinion that you got, you unfairly got it because that person is now working with you? I'm told it was even reported to Auditor General. Maybe Auditor General must also explain to us what happened, because I'm told they charged the person and then he went through the disciplinary hearing before the process can be properly finalized. He was then hired in the very same Tswelopele that he was auditing. That today it has a unqualified audit opinion. I think the first question I've put it. The second question, when Auditor General made findings, part of the findings, chairperson of MPEC, was that companies that were appointed irregularly without following supply chain processes, which did not comply with Section 217 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which talks to, amongst others, issue of transparency, fairness, equitability, as you appoint, was not practiced. As such, Auditor General said all those companies that were appointed irregularly, they must be put aside. But there's one company, after all those companies were put aside in last year, August, there's one company, Wapurumasbat, whom the son, who happens, the owner of that company happens to be a son of Thuso Motau of Lesedi FM. It continued to work up until May this year, if I'm not mistaken. What informed, or what were compelling reasons, CFO, to continue to use that company even after the findings of Auditor General? I'm aware it was assisting with what do you call this, what do you call fleet? Yeah, Yellow Fleet. I'm aware it was assisting with Yellow Fleet. But I'm aware that the department gave you a TLB and then you still have a grade. And can we be taken into confidence? Why is that grader still with the person who took it? Was the person ever been granted a court order? And if not, why didn't you go to police station and open a case against such a person? Thirdly, I would want to know, CFO, why were you suspended? If you have ever been suspended, what were the reasons and why did you come back? Why was your suspension uplifted? Fourthly, the question I would want to ask, Mayor, July, when portfolio committee of COCTA was here, you were asked that, do you know a person who's a head of security in your municipality? And you said you did not know him. I'm going to ask such question, Chair, with a hope of making a follow-up. I'm asking again the question. Do you have a relationship? Do you know a person who happens to be a head of a security in your municipality. How related are you? And did you ever influence his appointment to be a head of a security? If you know him, why in July you claim not to be knowing him? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable McKay.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm going to start with the last, just to carry on with my colleague that has just finished the last question. Except I'm going to be a little bit more direct. I would like to know, how did your driver become the head of security? Does he have the necessary qualifications? And was this not a nepotistic appointment? Given that his address is 4 Cooper Street, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not your address as well? Then, why were the safety representative and the municipal manager both suspended? You say that the municipality is stable, but the CFO, sorry, acting MM, you say that the municipality is stable, politically stable, but in July, from July to now, the CFO was suspended, then he came back, the current MM is suspended, the safety representative is apparently also suspended, the new head of security comes from being a driver. It seems there's a bit of a problem in the top quarters. Then apart from that, could you please explain the circumstances surrounding the SIU's investigations of tender, apparently allegedly tender fraud involving yourself, the CFO, and the technical director? And then what are the reasons for the brown water issues in Hoopstad? And why is the subcontractor not being held accountable? Has he been paid? Did he finish the job? Are you aware of the brown water problem, the dirty water problem? Then when was your last skills audit? Could we also have a copy of your organogram with names attached to each position, supplied to the committee? When was your last indigent register audit? What is your current collection rate? And then looking at the HR, there are rumors that there is, Mayor, you've got a hand in who gets hired in the HR department, who does not get hired, how things get done. And by the looks of the amount of people that get moved around and suspended, there's a lot of litigation going through your municipality. So what are your current litigations costs, especially for a cash-strapped municipality like yourself? Thank you.
Next. Honorable Garekwe.
Thank you so much, Chair. The last speaker covered me on the issue of litigations, because I was just want to ask the municipality how many litigations they have. The other one is on revenue collection. They have any revenue collection enhancement? Are they collecting enough? The last one, Chair, yes, indeed, the municipality got unqualified with findings, which is good. And maybe if I can check with them, what are the root cause of not getting the clean audit, Chair? And they have any maybe action plan for the findings? Thank you so much.
Let's start with the municipal manager, and then we can go to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me start with the issue of SCM manager. Chairperson, sometimes last year, I think it was in November, when the council took a decision to separate the position of SCM manager from the expenditure. Remember, initially the positions, it was SCM and expenditure. Then the council took a resolution that we need to actually separate those positions. SCM must be a standalone position, expenditure must be a standalone position. So now, when it comes to issue of why we have appointed a person who was auditing us, I think the person who is appointed as the SCM manager, he was part of the team. He was not the only person who was actually auditing the municipality. He was part of the team of Auditor General. So now, the position of SCM manager, after it was actually unbundled, it was advertised. Then it happens that the person who was working for AG make an application as well. So the advert says the person must have an accounting of which the candidate is heavy. Also, we took note that the person was also dealing with issues of supply chain, was having those experience, even though it was not a practical experience, but during the process of auditing as well, because during the interview, he did explain to the panel that he's having an experience. He was able to answer certain questions relating to supply chain management. So the AG, we did have a discussion with AG after we have actually appointed the person. When we had the discussion with AG, the AG registered a concern saying that they have received a complaint from one of the councillors in relation to this. The councillor in question, it was the councillor from the EFF who raised this matter. We explained to the AG that when the person applied, he was no longer part of the audit. The audit was already being finalized. The person was appointed around, I think it's 5 months or 6 months after the audit was completed. The report was already out. Those were the issues which we have discussed with AG. We also told the AG that should there be any problem between them and the person, they should have dealt with those issues internally, because we as the municipality, we cannot actually enter into that fray where there's a conflict between the employee and employer at the AG level. So basically, there's nothing wrong on our side to say we have appointed the person applied, the person is having a necessary skill and qualification to be appointed as the SCM manager. Also on the issue of separation of positions, there was this, how can I put it there? There was this Lekoko consultant which was appointed by Cooperative to deal with issues of prototype organogram. That prototype organogram was placed before council. It also came with a recommendation that there must be separation between SCM and expenditure. That person actually is a player and a referee at the same time. You make a procurement, you pay. So the municipality was trying to actually cap those issues, because AG as well raised the issue of supply chain during the previous audit about the paragraphs and certain issues concerned in relation to the issue of supply chain. That's how we came into separating those two positions. Thank you, Chair, on the first one. On the second question, it relates to the company which didn't comply, the water concern in relation to that matter. Then after that finding, that contractor still on site. What AG raised was, then you must actually try to come up with issues for future reference on how these issues can be addressed, those issues of irregular appointment and so on, if ever there was a regular appointment. Then remember, Chairperson, if ever you have entered into a contract with a person, then you terminate the contract, then that person can obviously take you to court for unlawfully terminating the contract. Can I continue, Chair? Because I think, okay, because I think he was interrupting me. So, yes, okay. So that's how that issue, because now the contract, I think the CFO or the technical director will explain further in terms of the completion date. Then there's this issue of Steenwerk, the person in terms of the, what do you call it, the grader, which is the private person, which is a property of the municipality. Chair, we are still having a dispute with this person. We are still trying to resolve the problem because the person alleges that the municipality is owing him. So the municipality is disputing some of the things. So we have referred the matter to MPEC for further investigation in terms of how to deal with this matter so that we can actually resolve this matter. The issue of this grader, this dispute came before there was that donation or the donation from the department when they gave us those vehicles. So in relation to this issue of a grader, we are still dealing with that issue. Chairperson, I will also address the issue of suspension of the CFO. Chairperson, there were issues which were raised. They came as a result of the report from the MPEC, which actually alleges that there are some financial misconduct or act of misconduct on the part of the CFO. So the council took a resolution based on the report which was presented or tabled before council about those allegations about those contractors and so on. So the council decided to put the CFO on the special leave while they still investigate. While the CFO was still on special leave, we appointed the independent investigator to actually probe those allegations which were leveled against the CFO. So the independent investigator submitted a report to council. The council, let me put it this way, the findings of the independent investigator cleared the CFO of all those alleged misconduct which were said were committed by the CFO. Also, the issue of the municipal financial board, the matter was also referred to it. And the municipal finance board as well reiterated the position of independent investigator to say there are no evidence to show that the CFO did commit those acts of misconduct which were leveled against him. The CFO was called as well by the both committees to come and make a presentation during those investigations. So this matter was not before a disciplinary hearing. It was only the investigation by two bodies, independent investigator and the municipal financial board, which cleared the CFO of all those issues which were leveled against him. Then on the issue of head of security, chairperson, the person did make an application. The person is having all necessary experience, is having qualification, is having experience in relation to be a protection officer. If ever you look into the report or the CV, which we have actually submitted, chairperson, it will show the experience of that person. And whenever, if ever there was any issue of nepotism in relation to that matter, because during the interview, during the selection committee, the unions were invited to those interviews, during selections and interviews. So both unions, they didn't actually raise any question of nepotism whatsoever in relation to that matter. So chairperson, it's for the second time we hear this issue, but based on what we have on our records, the person qualified to be a head of security based on qualification he has. And also the person performed during the interviews. So on the suspension of, the mayor, I think, has addressed the issue of the MM. Let me address the issue of the health and safety officer. The health and safety officer committed an act of misconduct. We can call it an extortion, dishonesty, or whatever term which we can use, chairperson. This person went out and tried to solicit money from the foreign national. This, it was not for the first time. It was on numerous occasions. The person was warned on several occasions, but the person didn't actually restrain from doing those acts of misconduct. When I received as a director corporate services, because this person reported directly to the director corporate services, I investigated the matter. We interviewed people. We came to a conclusion that indeed there's a case to answer by this particular person. So this person was also placed on suspension. He was placed on suspension, chairperson, because we believe that this person committed a crime. And there are other allegations, chairperson, which this person was actually charged with or warned about. There are numerous of them. So this person, chairperson, currently is before the matter is before the disciplinary committee. The matter was set on the 28th of July. It also set in August and September. In August, I think the presiding officer was sick. Then around September, the representative of the person from Samvu withdrew from the process. Now we are forced to actually abandon the process and request the employee in question to actually submit the name of representative. So now the matter will be heard on the 11th of November so that we can finalize this matter.
Municipal manager, we should, yeah, you know, language can be a strange thing because you just said that the person committed a crime.
Yes.
My question is, did you refer the matter to the police or any authority? If
No.
it is a crime in your eyes.
No, let me rephrase it. The act of misconduct. Yes, act of misconduct, yes. Let me put it mildly, chairperson. Okay, Madam.
Chair, before I respond, I'm not sure whether the chairperson of audit committee can take an oath also so that he respond and I can come in.
He's been sworn in earlier.
Already,
so
okay.
yes,
Then can I then hand
You
over
can
to you?
continue, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to speak to the employed and then that the audit that was part of may have the results that are questionable, because 5 months later, 6 months later, even 2 years later, maybe it's employed by Lejweleputswa, Tswelopele off, and the possibly one that can deliver a clean audit soonest. It is the supply chain issues that CFO will explain better, you know, that led to this, but we had everything attended to. I've been with it for the last 2 years, 3 years. They are very solid in terms of governance issues. Firstly, we should applaud that incompatible positions, procurement and payment, cannot be under one person. We need to segregate those duties. It just makes sense, you know. But when an auditor audits the work and they give an opinion, they do it in a manner that when another auditor comes and consider the same audit tests and review the same proof of evidence, will arrive at the same conclusion. So it will be wrong to assume that a hardworking municipalities like this one, which we are part of putting together that effort, at least to deliver to this province a clean audit, that some of it are unluckily, you know, move on with their career. Thank you very much. And I just want to qualify it also that we consider individual audit reports in our quarterly meetings so that all the audits that were done in a particular quarter, other than follow-up audits that are done on tracking the AG and previous audit findings, I can put it on record here that we don't have any finding in the recruitment and selection audits that we considered that questioned the suitability of appointed employees. If this body chairperson needs us to specifically go and zoom into those, instruct the internal audit to do it, we can do that. But we findings of that nature, internal audit, it's functionally reporting to us and administratively reporting to the accounting officer. The issues of independence are very clear lines there. Are you under any pressure? Instead, she gets all the support that she needs from the institution. Thank you.
Mayor?
No, Chair, thanks. Chair, I've got supplementary documents. I know that they were not in the files as responded to that speaks about the suspension of the CFO. I requested that they make copies for the committee so that the committee can have what we had as council. And then what was said by the municipal manager is in there. Chair, let me speak to some few issues here, Chair. When I get into the municipality in 2021,
Mayor, can you just keep to the gentleman there so you can hand it out to the members? Thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
I'll give three because there is another one I know that is gonna come because it was raised even in the portfolio committee. So I've already given it already the Chair.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify a few issues, Chair. When I got into the office in 2021, the audit process was already at the conclusion. 2020-21 financial year. Then 2021-22, when I was already a year into the office, the manager from the AGSA's office was Menatali. I forgot her name by that year. The following year, it was Medisebo. Until now, it's still Medisebo, who's the manager responsible for the AGSA's Natali. That happened to go. Others are employed at Machabeng as we speak. Others are in other municipalities. I just wanted to speak to those issues, Chairperson. The audit outcome of Tswelopele has been constantly so since we arrive up until to date, has been the unqualified audit report. Even before now, the only year that the audit of Tswelopele was a qualified report, it was 2019. In those years, there was an qualified audit report, Chairperson. I want to start there so that I can go forth and answer two questions. Then the AGSA, when there is a particular communication that needs to come to the attention of the mayor in the municipality, is communications 161. I've got somewhere where I'm going with this, Chair. In the year 2022-23 financial year, I received a communication from the AGSA that is going to answer most of these questions. The communication was about the incomplete project in Webster when I was not there. It's about 499 toilets that were built and they were not completed. So we took the matter, after the AGSA communicated with myself, I then reported to the officials to say there is this particular communication, I was not here, and I need answers. Then we took the matter to council. The council then mandated the MPEC to go and open a case. That's the first case. The case was opened, the case is still with the NPA. We don't know when is it gonna be in court. That's the first issue. There was the other communication in the same year that speaks about the 530,000 that was taken from the municipality. It was given to the contractor that was not supposed to be a revenue collection contract. The case has been opened. I am raising this issue so that all of us, we can understand where we come from with this Tswelopele. When we got into the office in 2021, Chairperson, the municipality did not have a single fleet. There was riots before the 2021 elections in Tswelopele, whereby even the community hall in Webster was burned down. We were burned down. When we got into the office, the first thing that we did, we bought 4 tractors, we bought bikies. As and when we continue, we bought the TLB, we bought the front end loader. The department did not donate to us. We won the front end loader when we were participating in the Cleanest Municipal Awards. So it was not a donation. We participated and we won that particular thing. I wanted to give that. When I got into office chair, I asked to say, I saw that there was a grader in the municipal fleet. It was on that particular grade. It was only late that it was discovered that the grader was taken to this particular service provider to go and be fixed in 2018, 2019. Part of the issues that is raising, that happened when I was not there. He's putting into the invoice that is invoicing municipality to say, during the tenure of 2022, he then went and dig where a child fell into the hole in Tswelopele. I was not there. And then he's claiming about 9 hours, 9 hours to 14 hours, he's claiming diesel. And as and when you appoint you as a service provider, you bring a package to us, you don't charge us on diesel, you don't charge us on. So those are the issues that are in dispute. And it has nothing to do with the grader that is there. It's a dispute on its own, because I tried even to meet with the person to say, let me meet with you and check what is it that you can do, because the amount of money, by that time it was 300,000, it went exorbitant. And all of us, including the very same councillor from the EFF, was agreeing with us to say the matter must be referred to MPEC, and the matter was referred. We don't have a report yet as council. We are still awaiting for the report from MPEC to tell us what needs to happen, because we can't just decide to say we are going to court or what. But our own legal advisor advised us to say, don't go to court, wait for these people, then because tomorrow they will say you approach them to say they must not continue. Those are the issues, the first issues that I wanted to speak to Chair. Yes, indeed, Honorable Simanga, it will be unfair for us to accept through you, Chair, to accept that the unqualified audit report that we obtained, it was not the good one. Because there were matters when we started, matters were many, but they've been reduced to date. There is no longer those many matters that as and when we arrived there. And the other issues that were making emphasis in all these audit findings, the issues of supply chain were coming. And the advice was that, how about we separate? There was an issue again about the management, because they were communicating with me. And I then have to meet with management to say, why didn't you give the AG this particular information as was requested, Chair? So those are the issues. Let me then go to the issue of the brown water, Chairperson. I am going to start to address the brown water and also address the issue of the shedding of water in Hopsat. Those two units are not operating the same. Belfontaine, the prior Belfontaine and Pameng, they had two separated. The reservoir is one, but the pipes that supply waters to the township and the town are two different pipes. In Hopsat, you've got one service that give both town and township the water. The director technical will also speak technically to those issues, Chairperson. The issues of the brown water, it is not every day that the water is brown. The pipes are old asbestos pipes that we are going to deal with them starting the next financial year, because we have already submitted our business plan to the DWS and they have been approved, Chairperson. So it's not like it's a something that is there daily. It's not daily. It's only because when we have closed, especially in those areas where you still have the asbestos pipes, where you've got these PVC pipes, you don't have a brown water in those areas, Chairperson. The indigent register is being updated on an annual basis, Chairperson. From March up until June, we do an indigent register. We do have people that we employ. We register, we verify, then it goes to council so that everybody knows. And after the people have applied, it comes back. We verify those that are on the indigent register to check as to whether there are no people that are not supposed to be there that are there, Chairperson. I don't participate in the HR processes, Chairperson. I don't even sit. The only way I sit as a mayor, I sit as a chairperson of the select committee that deals with the MM. That's the only time that I sit. The rest of the other ones, they are the members of the executive committee, including when we were appointing the director of cooperative services. I was not there. It was Councillor Radienyan as a member of EXCO that was seated there, including when the director for technical services was appointed. I was not there, Chairperson. So I don't sit in the HR. I don't even determine who's supposed to be employed. The only thing that I can also say is that after we came into the office, Chair, I requested the skills audit as the mayor to say, can we have the skills audit? Because it is all over that there are ghost people that are being paid in municipalities. The last time we had that skills audit, it was in June because it serves in the executive council. So we do it annual. In June we had it, we'll do it again next year. The issue of the collection rate, Chairperson, we are between 60 and 70. And what we did is that in the former towns of Belfontein and Hoopstad, it was a conventional electricity meter. We put prepaid electricity meters so that we can be able to enhance our own revenue. So there are some few meters that are not yet installed. The reason being that it's a single phase and a third phase. We did not have the third phase meters in town. So we have to wait for those meters, but we have received them. Now the process is going to be 100% Chairperson. We do have an audit action plan. It serves in the Executive Council on a monthly basis, Chairperson. I will then ask the CFO to speak to the issue of him being suspended. But the documents that I submitted, they are the ones that respond to that particular question, Chairperson. Thank you.
CFO, before you continue, can we just get those documents? Anna, did they, oh, Steve, can you just hand them out? Sorry, CFO. My apologies.
Chair, before the CFO.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, sorry. Chair, Mayor, you wanted to say something before we go to the CFO?
Yes, Chair, please, if you allow me. Chair, I wanted to speak on issues of litigation because the question was say, what is the litigation? We'll give the full amount because we can't thumbsuck the amount, but we don't have that huge amount of money. The other document that I gave in as a document, a supplementary document, it speaks about the litigation that was there because of HT Platuna with another project. So it has all the details, Chairperson. The municipal employees, when they commit misconduct, they are taken to DC, Chairperson. And this is not the first one as this one that we are questioning about. There was one municipal employee, he was a supervisor. There was an allegation that he applied the GBV to one of the EPWPs. So he has been dismissed. So it is not the only this one that is singled out, but there are many other ones, and there are still other ones that are continuing. If we neglect your work, because if we don't have consequence management, it means everybody will do as they wishes. When we get into Tswelopele, without fear of favor or contradiction, there was no order in Tswelopele. Employees were not coming to work. They would come and sign the register and go away. But now there is order in Tswelopele, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
CFO?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Chair, I want to talk to the issue of the first issue that I want to talk to. It will also lead to the issues of why I was put on a special leave. The municipality has been getting unqualified audit opinion for the past 5 years. And then the matters of emphasis by the Auditor General that are hindering us from obtaining a clean audit, they are from procurement and contract management. Those issues that have been raised by the Auditor General, it's irregular expenditure, it's unauthorized expenditure, it's fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I want to talk to the issue of the irregular expenditure. The irregular expenditure is not that the officials of the municipality intentionally flouted the processes of supply chain. The challenges that we are sitting with, I'm going to identify why, and then it will lead to the issue of Puruma Sebata that was raised by the member of the legislature. These are just technical deficiencies that us as the officials perhaps might have omitted in the process of procurement, but if you look at the screen there, Chairperson, I want to refer you, I know that the Chairperson should be having the latest Auditor General's report. I want to refer you to paragraph 48 of the report. It reads as follows: some of the contracts and quotations were awarded to the bidders that did not score highest points in evaluation process as required by section 2, subsection 1, subsection F of P FA of 2017 and the procurement regulations of 2022. Let me explain what this means, Chair. The triple BEE was put aside by the courts. in around 2022, 2021. And then the National Treasury introduced the new regulations that would replace the triple BEE. Those regulations were issued out in January 2023. And after those regulations were issued, those regulations then were talking about specified points. Instead of you applying triple BEE, you now must apply the specified points for the 20 points allocation, because the tender is 80-20. So the 80 is fine, but the 20 is no more. We don't apply triple BEE. Then we must apply the specified points. Then what happened? When the regulations were issued, National Treasury did not yet issue out the guidelines on the implementations of the regulations that were issued. The regulations, as I have rightfully indicated, Chair, they were introduced in January 2023. Then there were no guidelines. So what we did as the municipality, for the allocation of 20 points, we created our own specified goals. For those specified, included in the allocation of that 20 points, we included one amongst other criteria was an issue of locality. We allocated points based on an issue of locality. And I think it was 2 points, or 2 or 3 points. We're saying any service provider that comes from the local municipality will be allocated 1 or 3 points. As a service provider that comes from the district, within the district will be allocated 2, in the province and wider will be allocated 1. The intention of this was specifically to promote local economic development in our municipality. Therefore, after then we advertised all these tenders. It was not only Purumasaba. There was a lot of tenders that we advertised. It was the panels. And then all those panels were appointed based on those specified goals that included locality as a criteria. And then afterwards, the National Treasury then introduced the guidelines that guided the municipalities on how we're going to allocate points. And then in their criteria, locality was not part of the criteria. Then the Auditor General came lately, and then they audited us. And then they said, your allocation of points for 20 points of specified goals, you included locality, and then National Treasury in their guideline did not include locality. Therefore, the matters were then referred to MPEC for investigation by council. So what the MPEC did, they investigated and they said, let us terminate all these contracts, because, and I am not against the decision of the MPEC, but what I'm saying is that they recommended termination, and then they recommended the termination with the intention because they wanted to reduce irregular expenditure. But what I think the MPEC would have done is that they could have made a recommendation to council condone these tenders, because they have already been appointed, and some of them, they are 3-year contracts. Amongst those tenders was Puru. Now, as a recommendation by the MPEC, we then issued termination letters to all those contracts that were appointed with that deficiency of criteria of locality. But upon us terminating, Puruma was issued with a termination letter as well. And that I'm not, as the CFO, I am not in a position to appoint or terminate. Remember, as the CFO, I advise the municipal manager in terms of financial management of the municipality. Therefore, the issued out a termination. As the mayor has alluded, there were protests prior that whole arrangement, and then the municipality did not have fleet at all. Like the whole fleet was bent. So, and there were heavy rains, the roads were damaged, and then we could not
sit as the municipality and wait for the time when we are able to procure fleet. We said the municipal manager terminated these people, the Purumasbat, they submitted a dispute to say, but you are terminating us not because we have misled you in the process of tendering. You are terminating us because of your deficiencies as the able to deliver to your expectations. And if I remember well, it was 2 excavators for cleaning of landfill site. It was a grader. It was 1 excavator. It was 2 front-end loaders. It was a grader. It was submitted a dispute at that time. Let me stop on that one there, Chair. The issue of us getting an unqualified that is questionable is and contract and procurement management is there's so many line items that are inefficiencies on procurement and contract management, and it's about 4 paragraphs that we are sitting with that we must clear as the minister. It was an issue of a pump that was not delivered. The then technical director and the engineers and everybody, they came, they compiled a payment voucher, they came to me, they said, CFO, please pay this. And then there's all the people, that pump is not being delivered. I became aware towards the end of the project that the pump has not been delivered, but subsequently the pump was an issue of us making a payment on a session that was not yet signed by the 2 processes could be as in towns where we are supplying electricity. We have removed the meters from inside the households to the servitudes because the people were bypassing our. We are using now a quality for and not just cover one where we have reviewed our tariff structure and sustain up until perhaps we make a specific difference. We should not call it profit, but I want to call it profit to say at least we cannot be traced. So we as a result prove to National Treasury that you have got funds to empt revenue because we got funds to empt revenue because we don't have measures to enforce credit collection. And then the only way to cure a water meter if they then install their infrastructure there. So those are the challenges that we are sitting with, Chair. And the last thing that I think a fully fledged team in finance. We are preparing financial statements internally. We are doing all the processes internally, and we are doing all the recons. We did an AFS preparation plan. It was submitted to provincial and national treasury. It was monitored. It is 100% complete. We submitted the financial statements on time. The audit action plan has been exhausted for the previous financial year. We are currently being audited. We have now received about 91 requests of information from the Auditor General. All those 91 requests for information have been submitted. We also, for the communications that we are sitting with now, the number of communications that we are sitting with now as of today is 29, and I think only 1 or 2 that have not yet been responded. So it simply gives an impression that the audit is running smoothly. Chair, thank you.
Mayor, there was the question of the driver and the address. That was that was highlighted by Honourable Mzimanga and Honourable McKay. Can you respond to that, please?
Chair, the issue of the driver, the acting MM explained the process. I am not sitting in the process of the recruitment, so I cannot speak to that particular thing. The issue of the address, anybody can use any address. I don't know how did it happen that he used my address.
Members, I'm going to allow us a last round, but really let's limit our time to 3 minutes. I don't want to go into long discussions. So let's make it 3 minutes. Lenient. Should I make it 2? It's late. 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes. Honourable McKay, would you like to go second bite? No? So it's Honourable Nonyane. Msimango, sorry.
Chair, you are correct. One, I will just be quick to say one, Mayor, will you respond the same way you were responding when Portfolio Committee on COCTA was here to say you don't know the person? Because if those are implications, you must know you are under oath, and this might be a pressure. 2, Chair, I've listened to what the CFO is saying and what the MM is saying. They are talking past each other. What they are saying is not the same. The other one is saying there was no way we could not continue to with the contract of Purumas Bata because it was lawful. And the CFO is saying we terminated that contract on the basis that there was element of locality which was raised. And then it was on the basis of locality, and then we decided to terminate all contracts. And if you terminate all contracts, we'll want to know, did Purumas Bata go to court? Or did their legal people write a letter? Or is Purumas Bata that wrote that letter? That's another issue that we'll want to hear as to when. And then I want to go back.
1 minute.
Chair, there are a number of issues. We are dealing with issues that affect public money. And if you limit me from questioning, then it's going to be problematic because we'll come out here not having addressed some of the issues. Can we be patient to each other such that we are able to engage? There are a number of issues that I want to raise here. There's issue, I want to go back to the issue of audit. And I think you did not hear me. Maybe you'll hear me this time. Here is a person was auditing you. He goes to interview. In that interview, there are a number of questions that are raised. That questions his qualification for a position. Amongst others, is that yes, he has 12 years of experience, but that experience has nothing to do with supply chain management. Such that today he's not sitting in some of the bid committees that are making decisions in the municipality. The other issue that I would want to raise with you, in that advert is saying he must be having 8 years minimum experience. The advert that went out. He's not meeting that requirement. Why would we not say the person has been advantaged unfairly against other competitors? Where there are no people who are qualifying except this one who applied for that position of SCM. We're not questioning as to whether you had a SCM and expenditure under one department. Yes, you had to dismantle. You had to dismantle the whole thing, such that there be separation of duties. We commend you for that. But it's not what I'm asking. I'm saying this person, the manner he acquired the position, he got the position. Were there no other competitors who were qualifying more than him? And you must know when you answer me, you're under oath. Because these things might come to bite you if you are not answering frankly and honestly around them. And what were compelling reasons to appoint someone who clearly does not qualify, and you have been able to identify grey spots? That's what I'm asking. And then that's what makes your audit opinion that you got from the very same person who was participating in that process to that process to be questionable. 2. So the other issue, Chair, I'll want to raise is that when you were dealing with the issue of MM, how much did you spend on independent investigator? Why didn't you go to police station and open a case as required by MFMA? MFMA is very clear. Why did you go to an extent of appointing an independent investigator around the issue of CFO? And how much did you pay around that issue? Chair. So the other issue that I would want to raise, Chair.
Can we make it to last
Yeah,
issue?
no, it will be the last, Chair. Mayor, what we are asking, we're not asking as to whether you are involved or not. Our issue here is one, did you declare that you know this person? If you know him, you must, if you don't know him, you must answer us here, right here, and say, no, I do not know this person. Because this person, in your declaration form, it appears you are from number 4 Cooper Street. This person in his CV, it appears he's from number 4 Cooper Street. How come you don't know each other but you are from the same address? We do not want to embark on a serious exercise of police having to investigate as to whether your trackers or your car trackers are from the same one place to the work. We do not want to go to a unnecessary process of going through your cell phones and check as to whether you are from the same area. So we're asking you for the last time, do you know this person? Did you declare that you know this person before you got employed there? He might be qualifying, but why didn't you declare that you know this person? What relationship do you have with this person? I'm a bit disappointed with the chairperson of audit committee. He did not listen. He sounded to be someone who's defending that what he is not even understanding. So these were my questions, and I'm putting to you again. So on issue of irregularities of Purumasbat, for company to be regular and Chapter 9 institution to say this company has been appointed irregularly, it's a serious thing, acting MM. You cannot take it lightly and say we're going to be challenged by court of law. Will be taken to a court of law. This is a serious thing. Because a law of contract, amongst others, the first principle is talk of lawfulness. If irregularities are spotted, then it's a problem. Maybe you must tell me why you're answering different from the CFO on one issue. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Municipal Manager, you can respond, and then Mayor, there is a question to you. I would like you to respond whether you know the person or not. Do not engage. I think the question is, do you know the person or not? And if you know the person, did you provide counsel and whoever with that information? But let's go to you briefly, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. The first one in relation to what was the nature of a dispute, whether there was a communication between ourselves and the service provider. That one, I think CFO will be in a position to answer that. Then on the issue of audit, other person, the supply chain manager, who's not sitting on a bid adjudication committee, and also the issue of ATS. So in terms of the advert, the issue of experience, it says 5 to 8 years. It didn't specifically says 8 years. It says 5 to 8 years. The person, chairperson, is sitting on the bid committees, the supply chain manager. Then on the issue of amount spent on the investigation, I think I don't have the exact figure. I think it's in the region of 250 to 300, if I'm not mistaken. But if ever the committee wants that information, then we'll submit the report to that effect. CFO, I think you check on the issue of Purmas Bata.
CFO, briefly, please.
Okay, then, Chair, remember I said I am not responsible for appointment or termination of contracts. What I'm saying is that I know the contract was terminated and then Purmas Bata disputed. So the letter I know that comes from Puruma, the dispute letter comes from Purumas Bata. So I'm just relating to the story because I was part of the management then. Thank you.
Maybe are those the questions? Mayor?
Maybe before the mayor, chairperson. Audit committee is a committee of the council. I have no allegiance to the mayor. And if these things are not addressed, chairperson, they tend to be the one that out there attracts attention. Auditor General reports directly to Parliament, which is your sister. If in this kind of sessions, from this side of the legislature, we cast aspersions on Auditor General, it's a very serious problem. So while we Thank you.
Maya? No. Maya?
Chair, thanks. Chair, I'm going to repeat, Chair. Honorable McKay said that the person was my driver. That's how I know the person. But I don't know him being in a relationship with him, Chairperson. I want to put another matter here, Chair. In the same breath that I am investigated, that particular person is being here, I'm going to request that the committee must go and investigate the same issue that contains to Councillor Swaisa, who's the member of the EFF, that is residing, no, Chair, I want to, please, Chair.
Mayor,
I'm
sorry.
not emotional, Chair.
No, don't. Honorable Simanga, please. Honorable Mayor, that's why I said, please don't go into discussions. You said now you know the person that is a driver for you, and that's it. We're not going to, because that's going to be going to spark a debate, which we don't want to go into now. So I'm going to stop there. We're going to leave it there. I think if there are questions and even evidence, whoever wants to say something, we will request the municipality to make more inputs on that, because certainly it looks like there are more, but we're not going to discuss it now. We're going to stop now. I think shortly, this municipality, correctly to the chairperson of the audit committee, can get a clean audit. But like I always say, don't fall for the trap that a clean audit means decent service delivery. And if you drive, you're one of the few municipalities that only have 2 towns. And I've seen that it looks like, on face value, 2 different towns. Webstad looks good, but Bultfontein needs attention. So don't fall for that trap that clean audits necessarily means improved service delivery. We're going to stop there. Members, I think we will also conclude this meeting. We will meet on Friday again. I think some of the resolutions we want to highlight we can discuss on Friday. I think we are all tired. We all want to leave. So this committee meeting is now closed, and this we can go home now. Thank you very much.